On Raglan Road of an autumn day, I saw her first and knew that her dark hair would weave a snare that I might one day rue. I saw the danger, yet I walked along the enchanted way, and said, let grief be a fallen leaf at the dawning of the day. On Grafton Street in November we tripped lightly along the ledge of a deep ravine where can be seen the worth of passion's pledge. The Queen of Hearts still baking tarts, and I not making hay. Oh, I love too much, and by such is happiness thrown away. I gave her gifts of the mind. I gave her the secret sign that's known to the true gods of sound and stone and word and tint. I did not stint, I gave her poems to say, with her own name there, and her own dark hair like clouds over fields in May. On a quiet street where old ghosts meet, I see her walking now, away from me so hurriedly my reason must allow that I had loved not as I should, a creature made of clay. If the angel wooed the clay, he'd lose his wings at the dawn of day. Good morning, welcome to Golden VCR. We've done like newscaster intro, date and time. We've done excited banter. I figured we could start doing poetry readings to start the streams. I really like that one. It's like the only poem I know by heart. By Patrick Kavanagh. Good morning, everyone. How we doing? I've been to the post office, so that space and a whole lot more is about to get very filled up. But I have not gone through those tapes yet. Turns out people like sending in tapes. Thank you all for that. I will track you down and figure out who you are and give you points and get them on the website soon enough. For now, though, what are we watching? Could it be? Ooh, seahorses. Oh, Deb, your two boxes that had like weird tracking issues or shipping issues. Was one of those alien box? Because I got alien box. Okay, that's good. The tracking numbers for both of those say return to sender, but it's return to sender as in like return to... It's weird because it ships to the post office and then there's an extra step where it goes to the box. So sometimes it's like return to the post office where it already is. So I'm not entirely sure, but I did get alien box, so that's a good sign. What if we do... What's that box set we have? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Green Day. I have the shelf on the left there is most of the tapes that we've watched already. So I'm going to put those somewhere else and then fill up the whole entirety of these shelves. And then I might close submissions for a while. Ooh, Eyewitness, yeah. Totally do have more Eyewitness, at least a couple. I was thinking we could maybe start out with something that would show us the world. Like, I am interested for Big Bird in China. It's a 75-minute musical adventure. But I was thinking, like, we do have touring England, touring Scotland, and touring Ireland. We could tour Scotland or any of these three lands. I'm really disappointed that there's not a touring Wales Questar home video. What's wrong with you? But yeah. Oh, these are all pretty favorited too. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to make a poll. Ooh, Netherlands tapes. Excellent. I have a tape of my. No wait, that's Austria. That's a different country. Never mind. Let me. I'm gonna make a poll. Let's see. Wales is super cool. They have the best music. They're like, you know, they have all the Celtic culture that got erased everywhere else and is currently being erased there. And let's see. Sorry, I wanted to make this poll fun. So there's a poll for whether we watch Touring England, Touring Scotland, or Touring Ireland. Dieu est mon droit is the national motto of England, apparently. Nemo me impune lacessit is the national motto of Scotland, and Erin go Bragh is, of course, Ireland. I'm voting for Scotland. As a Forsyth. I actually don't have any Welsh heritage that I know of. I just really like male voice choirs. Scotland is the Latin one. Oh, it looks like we're touring Ireland. I got everyone in an Irish mood by reading an Irish poem this morning. Okay, well, it's Ireland. Let's do it. The people have spoken. That's going to be tape number 139. It's easy enough to find. It's in the big box. Be right back. Hey, Jacebook, thank you for gifting a sub to I Spy a Moose. So, this is, let's see, this was sent in by the Bella Bunny. It's a box set of 3 tapes. Touring England, Touring Scotland, Touring Ireland, the British Isles collection, a Questar home video presentation. It's got a beefeater. And then on the spine of every tape, it's got the emblematic figure of each land. So we got Queen Elizabeth II, a little girl in Highland gear, and just a red-headed boy for Ireland. So we will be watching this morning Touring Ireland. See Dublin, the Ring of Kerry, Killarney National Park, the Rose of Tralee, Cork, Wexford, Galway, Connemara, the Aran Islands, Donegal, and Sligo. Sligo? I'm not Irish. I'm not Irish, but I have a great love for Irish culture, as do we all. An island of radiant greens, like the facets of an emerald. Ireland is known as the friendliest land on earth. Is this tape rewound? Yes. Beautiful. Tour cities and counties with names as familiar as the lyrics in a St. Patrick's Day sing-along. Enter the gateway city of Shannon and make a stop at Dirty Nellie's Pub. To the Ring of Kerry surrounding beautiful Killarney National Park and the Dingle Peninsula. Over to County Cork and the world-famous Blarney Stone. The Dingle Peninsula has the funniest name, and it's the most majestic and beautiful place on earth. On to Wexford, home of President Kennedy's ancestors. This is clearly tailored for a North American market. Visit 1,000-year-old Galway, one of the most Gaelic of Ireland's cities. Off the west coast, explore the Aran Islands, a wilderness in stone, to rock-strewn Connemara, jutting into the wild Atlantic, to the serenity of Sligo and the seascapes of Donegal with the blessing of the fishing fleet. You'll see the Rock of Cashel and Tipperary. Tour Dublin's Fair City and the Halfpenny Bridge over the River Liffey. It's the city of great writers, St. Stephen's Green, Trinity College, the Easter Rebellion, the Book of Kells, the Abbey Theatre, and the liveliest pubs in the world, home to traditional Irish music. Shrines, castles, highlight abbeys, jigs, reels, festivals, farms, fishing villages, quaint shop fronts, and more. This video breathes the spirit of Ireland. Okay. Let's pop this in the VCR and let's grab a Discord invite. Yeah, sorry, I don't have a Discord command at the moment. Discord has, like, the invite links, right, they have a finite amount of time that they're good for. There is a Discord link for you. Yeah. I kind of like, maybe I'm being an elitist, I kind of like the idea of just, like, not having it be a public link that's good forever, and just having it be, you know, a thing that anyone can get in chat during a stream. Sligo, thank you. Like, I think everyone on the server is free to make a link and invite anyone else, which is good. I don't know, I just don't want bots to be able to get in. Here we go, touring Ireland. From Questar Home Video. Usually I start us off with something, like, exciting or silly. But on a Saturday like this, I just want to be taken to Ireland so we can all relax. Oh my god, Questar, yes. Yes. Hallelujah. I have to get this intro. Yeah, Mr. World just said Scotland. Oh, that's right.
Did your mother come from Ireland? Aye, from County Cork. County Kerry, did you say? Or Galway Bay?
Now we'll take you there. Those lilting place names that roll off the tongue like a warm raindrop. Those counties celebrated with sweet tea sentiment in Tin Pan Alley ballads that make up today's Republic of Ireland.
Hold on, let me make a poll. I have made a poll. If your mother came from Ireland, please vote yes. Oh yeah, when was this tape? 1991. Oh, aye or nay. Oh my God.
On a map.
Yeah,
this
you're right.
island looks as though it might be breaking away from the British Isles to make it on its own in the rough grey Atlantic. The High Kingdoms of Ulster, Leinster, Munster, and Connacht, Erin in Gaelic, and to us, the Republic of Ireland, taking up 80% of the island. Not very big, 150 miles across and 315 miles from top to bottom, supporting 3.5 million souls.
Kate Mila Fáilte go héireann.
Welcome to Ireland. The fabled Ring of Kerry. Cork, site of the Blarney Stone, which pilgrims suffer backache and vertigo to kiss. Wexford, ancestral home of John F. Kennedy. Gaelic Galway.
I
And
wonder-
the bleak Isles of Arran.
This was 1991, which was still during like the Troubles.
Wild Connemara.
So I don't know if they're going to get into that at all. Probably not.
Sligo, in the breath of poets. Donegal, the Atlantic lapping at its doorstep. And fair Dublin town, the friendliest capital on earth. The golf lovers Ireland. And especially the horse lovers Ireland.
Horses.
The poets Ireland. For this is a land of poets and wordsmiths, where eloquence is more highly regarded than affluence.
So that we try to feed a habit for everything until the ego puppets, the militaries, mirror our own warring face. Too little peace.
Named after the island's longest river, Shannon Airport is the gateway to the
Hey,
Irish Republic.
we got penguins.
jetting over the Atlantic. This country boasts of some 900
Yeah, this was.
and just
I don't know that
mossy
much about,
stone's throw from
you
the
know, the
airport
recent national
rises a
history of
huge
Ireland.
hulk called Bunratty
But the
that's been
Troubles
rehammered to its medieval glories.
were still hot
Clamped
in
onto the castle
1991.
bridge
The Good Friday
is
Agreement
Dirty
was
Nelly's
1998.
pub, dating from 1620. But County Clare has more to offer than Nelly's hospitality. The cliffs of Moher, a 5-mile palisade of sheer rock rising out of the sea.
It's always interesting to see in these like
And the
travel
Elwee Cave,
touring
with stalactites a
discovering
million years
tapes.
in the sculpting.
what their bent
The bones
is,
of
right? Because
hibernating
sometimes it's
bears
very
have been found
touristy,
here.
like you should come visit this
Bears
country,
have been extinct in Ireland for
and
more
very
than
whitewashed.
1,000 years.
Sometimes it like does
50
get into
miles
like
to the west of the
sociology
airport
and
stand the walls of Limerick. Limerick is the fourth largest
interesting
city in the Republic,
dimensions of the-
and a familiar name
place.
to anyone who ever made a witty verse in English.
There was a fair Irish city that lent its name to a ditty.
On one side of the Shannon, the city is called Englishtown. On the other side, Irishtown.
and this has never been the source of any problems whatsoever.
Nearby Adair is one of the loveliest villages in the land. This forceful piece of sculpture is of Daniel O'Connell, and it stands on a street in Limerick that's been named after him. O'Connell is memorialized throughout the Republic as the Liberator. But liberator of whom? Who then are these irrepressible people who populate the Republic? What dazzling concoction of wizardry and whiskey and the wee folk bubbled up as the Irish race?
It's comforting
Long
in a
ago,
way.
Beyond the misty space of twice 1,000
I mean, it's not
years,
comforting.
In Erin old there dwelt a mighty race taller than Roman spears.
It's just interesting how we fetishized like everyone,
Sure, there were
every
leprechauns
culture,
and
in the
bog
90s.
spirits more than 5,000 years ago. When Bronze Age men buried their dead here at Newgrange in County Meath. Then
They were talking about the indomitable spirit of the Irish people,
invaded from Central
and
Europe
I was
and
expecting
took over
something
the
about
island.
like something
were
real
fighters,
about
the Celts,
their lives and
and
their
splendid
struggles, but
horsemen.
no.
Here
What
on the
wizardry
hill
made
top,
Irish people?
Also in County Meath,
Was it
their
the
high
whiskey?
kings held every third year great assemblies. For 2,000 years, Tara was Ireland's political powerhouse and most sacred pagan shrine. Now came another conqueror, but of a different sort. Patrick was born in Roman Britain and had been shunted to Ireland as a slave when he was only 16. He somehow got away. In the year 432, he returned as a missionary armed with the cross and the word. Here on the Hill of Slain, he lit a paschal fire and proclaimed his mission to the pagan Irish. The Rock of Cashel in County Tipperary had been a place of worship going back to the Gaelic beginnings. Kings were crowned here, Here Patrick baptized the High King of Munster and the royal family. And it was on Cashel that Patrick likened the Trinity to the 3 leaves of a shamrock. The new faith brush-fired over the land. Monasteries arose, great depositories of Greco-Roman and Christian learning. Irish monks, the most scholarly in Christendom, fanned out over Europe.
I don't.
More invaders.
I mourn the
In 795,
erasure of
Norsemen swooped
traditional
down on
Celtic
Ireland
culture.
in their long, dragon-prowed ships. Their minds were on booty, not books.
But
they ravaged the monks,
the Irish
monasteries,
monastic
and
culture
the
was
colleges.
pretty
Their raiding
pretty
led
hardcore.
on for 2 centuries.
They were like
But the
real good
Vikings
at
weren't all fire and broadsword.
theology and
They
scholarship
settled down
and
to become
collecting
traders
and
founded
collecting
the cities
cool
of
artifacts
Dublin,
for Vikings to
Wexford,
steal from
Cork,
them.
and Limerick. Strongbow the Norman was the island's next conqueror in 1171. The following year, King Henry II of England staked out Ireland with Norman castles. So began the entrenchment of English rule. Erie. A moonscape, perhaps?
Goddamn Normans have
No,
ruined
it isn't the
everything.
pocked surface of the moon. It's the Burren in County Clare. As bleak and forbidding as the somber history that it calls to mind. In the 1600s, the Catholic majority of Ireland revolted against their English masters. With 20,000 troops, Oliver Cromwell vowed to drive the rebels to hell or Connacht. By 1652, he'd massacred 1/3 of Ireland's Catholics. Those spared were sold into slavery in the West Indies. On his march over the Burren, the complaint was heard, "Not enough wood to hang a man, not enough water to drown him, and not enough clay to cover his corpse."
Oh, sectarian
Yes, the
violence in
Irish prayed
Ireland.
for a liberator. Sadly,
That's never gonna
a
come back to
century
bite
passed
us.
before he emerged. Of him, we'll see more.
Not too sure about this Cromwell fella.
Going around in circles can be a joy, if you're circling the ring of Kerry. If it's clockwise you're going, then it's south on the Kenmore Road from Killarney, through Killarney National Park, to Derrynane, to St. Finans and Ballyskellig's Bays, and rounding it out at Killorglin. About 110 miles in all, the most traveled scenic route in Ireland. If you detour via the Connor Pass, the ring can be bent northward to include Tralee and Ballybunion. Killarney National Park, Ireland's own lake country. Miles and miles
Yeah, it
of
turns out-
glorious lakes, sparkling under restless
Turns out absolute
changing
power
skies.
was not the problem to Cromwell. It was
McGillicuddy's
just
Peaks.
hereditary absolute power.
The highest range of
If
mountains
he
in
gets
the
to
land.
kill everyone, it's okay. And then wait, didn't he also like try and make his son his successor?
Ocean currents
So-
keep the climate here mild, making for lush ferns
Fuck
and mosses.
Cromwell. Official
Forming
golden
homes
VCR
for
position. Fuck
leprechauns.
Cromwell.
This park holds the largest growth of natural woodlands remaining in Ireland. It's ruins now, but he was born here. In County Kerry in 1775, Daniel O'Connell, the liberator.
That's, I think, 2 things officially now on the golden
His
VCR.
ancestral home is here
charter.
at Derrynane.
Principle number 1 is
He
that
was
we are a
powerful
tolerant,
orator,
multi-faith space
O'Connell.
where we respect all
In
cultures and
1828,
beliefs.
he was elected to Parliament, but he was not allowed
Tenet
to take
number
the
2
seat
is
he
fuck
wanted
Oliver
because he was
Cromwell.
Catholic. But the movement he championed was of such force that it scared London. O'Connell was elected again, and this time seated in the House of Commons. Brilliantly, he accomplished the emancipation of Ireland's Catholics. Then he set himself to repealing the Act of Union between Ireland and Great Britain. O'Connell was committed to reform and to activism within the law. But as a leader, he was dedicated to change without violence. But when he died in 1847, Ireland had yet to win its full freedom from Great Britain.
Morning, Jess. Morning, everybody.
Rough, dramatic, the Dingle Peninsula jutting bravely into the wild
We are
Atlantic.
currently touring Ireland.
These waters are a
In
graveyard
1991.
for ships. A recent find was the wreck of the Santa Maria de la Rosa, a ship of the Spanish Armada that foundered in Blasset Sound. Dingle itself is a fishing town, lively, with plenty of tasty seafood. Today's Dinglers reside in dwellings undistinguishable from those of the rest of Ireland.
Today's Dinglers
But
are...
their ancient ancestors settled down in these unmortared beehive huts. They're called clachans.
Oh, it knows Dingle.
With tourism, there are options other than a beehive hut or a homey B&B. Some tourists see Dingle from Romany-like caravans, in imitation of a peculiar Irish breed. These young vacationers are from Sweden. They've rented a barrel-top wagon. They're adopting the lifestyle of a people once called tinkers, but who prefer to be called travelers. They're part of the landscape, the traveling people. About 20,000 of them wandering in wagons and vans. Nomads with their animals. But note, they are not gypsies. No one's really certain where they came from.
When I
No one is
when
accounted
I lived
for
in
their
LA, I
language,
worked with a
called
lady
cant.
from
For
England.
these people speak a language of their own.
She was like,
Whatever
a
their
middle-aged
origins,
English lady.
These traveling
She was
people
nice.
have
I
a
loved her.
rich
She was great.
And different
She also
culture.
exposed me to a lot of like English people racism.
Tralee is County Kerry's biggest town, and it's never busier than in late summer when the
She had a
Festival
lot
of
to say about
Kerry is
Irish
held.
travelers.
It draws from around the world.
She wasn't like a
Librarian
horrible
ladies from several
racist or anything.
continents.
I don't mean that. She was just
Because
like
the world over, most everyone
People
is
have-
familiar with the words and melody of the Rose of Tralee.
there are like divides in other cultures that you're not even aware of until someone comes along and is
Who
like
is
those
most
people.
like the Rose
You know,
of the song. Lovely young women from all over Ireland and the world are here to prove that they are, and to match charms in a competition for the festival.
she also
crown.
taught us the word pants.
Among the Irish counties,
Like if you don't like something,
there's a
if something
colleague
is
from Chicago.
rubbish, then you call it pants.
They're here from
like,
all
that's
over
pants.
the globe. Melbourne, New South Wales, Toronto, Texas, California. It's Ireland's biggest bash.
Is it though?
Ballybunion means town of the sapling in Gaelic, but to the Irish it means holidays, seaside holidays. It lays sunbathing on a coastline of sandy beaches and jagged cliffs.
Cromwell is absolutely pants.
Old Lick Castle is a landmark
Someone say
of the grounds
Trantoul?
for which Ballybunion is best known. Its golf courses. There are two 18-hole courses here. Champions say that the old course is one of the 10 toughest in the world. It's a wild place, a terrain as it was
Sometimes we
1,000
just get
years ago, where River
Generic,
Shannon meets the
horrifying
ocean.
ghost.
Tall grasses cover dunes that pitch and roll. Golfers,
What about yaw? Do they yaw?
welcome to Ballybunion. In listing the fabled counties of the Irish Republic, it's usually Cork that comes first to mind. Cork on the Celtic Sea. Toward the Irish Sea are Cork's easterly neighbors, County Waterford and County Wexford.
Another spooky ghost.
Cork, a coastline of jagged rock with bays deep enough for the big ships, inviting
Let me
towns
try.
and villages folded into green hills
Let me try a
and
bald
fields
butterfly.
of fertile farmland. What County Cork is best known for is the most celebrated chunk of rock in the world, a 5-foot block of limestone in the parapet of Blarney Castle. Elizabeth I of England unwittingly christened it the Blarney Stone. The Queen had commanded Dermot McCarthy to hand over this
That's
castle,
a face.
but McCarthy kept putting her off with sweet talk. Exasperated, the Queen exclaimed,
That man's nothing but Blarney.
I like how
Today's
these are
pilgrims
generated
climb to the
images,
height of
but
the battlements.
I'm starting to get a
Empty
sense of
their
everyone's
pockets of
individual
loose
style,
valuables.
just in how they craft them.
And clinging precariously
There's
to
a tuxedo
guardrails,
and sunglasses.
lie down
You
and
know it's
arch
probably
back
Jace book.
to kiss the surface of the magic stone.
Oh, go far.
The payoff? The gift of eloquence. It's the second city. That's the city of Cork by the River Lee, with a continental air and a population of 140,000. A hilly, bustling, testy kind of town, with waterways all around. Cork citizens have a fierce sense of identity. It's said of Cork,
It's God's own place and the devil's own people.
Genuate the emboyation of eloquence.
just 15 minutes from the city of Cork stands Cobh. Its harbor handles the big ships. Cobh's maritime history is notable, and often, in human terms, strangely tragic. Cobh was the Titanic's last port of call before it sailed into its tragedy. Surveying Cobh today offers no clue to the place of the potato in its history, but here the port and the potato, or one of them, are fused. After the discovery of the Americas, an edible tuber made its way from the New to the Old World.
I heard that
Sir Walter Raleigh
Dishnet
returned
was at
from his
MacFest
Virginia
with
expedition
some other
potato tubers,
folks
which were planted here on the grounds
from the
of Castle
community.
Matrix, the first grown in Ireland.
Is anyone at MacFest watching the stream? Potate.
The Irish peasant had been dreadfully undernourished. Then the spud made its entrance into his life. Here was a nutritious staple that could be grown in abundance on small plots of land. Plain folk and the potato. The peasant's daily diet improved. 6 pounds of potatoes and a pint of milk. The population increased. Gratefully, they might have prayed, "Give us this day our daily potatoes." Potatoes were life. Then it struck in 1845, a blight. The potato crop failed, and failed, and failed, and failed again. A great hunger fell over Ireland. Unable to pay the rents to their London landlords, Irish underdogs were driven off the land. The hungry ate grass. They died of starvation and dysentery. They died crawling in the streets, screaming for food. Of a population of 8.5 million, 1 million starved to death.
Sorry, I had to add permitted term Gaylord. Yeah, the Irish potato famine was no joke.
Fleeing the famine, another million emigrated. For many of them, Cobh was their last sight of Ireland. They scrambled for steerage in what came to be called coffin ships.
It's also just a name.
Some survived to build up their blood again in Britain
Nobody names their kid Gaylord anymore.
and Australia,
You can also spell it Gaylord,
in the New World.
which is slightly distinct from Gaylord.
Emigrant ships calling at Cobh continued in the 20th century. Into the years of World War I.
Oh, nice.
Of the busiest of those crowded liners was the Lusitania. Then in 1915, while steaming past Kinsale after embarking
The
from
Lusitania.
Cobh, the Lusitania was torpedoed without warning by a submarine of the Imperial German Navy.
Dang Germans.
1,198 human beings perished. Several hundred of the victims were buried in the cemetery of the 12th century church of St. Multos.
I was wondering why the footage was still sepia'd.
Today, there's a monument to those who perished, a reminder that the splendid port city of Cove has been fraught with tragedy. But it's also been a port of hope. From the degrading hunger, from the coffin ships and the stifling steerage emerged the survivors. They peopled the burgeoning cities of North America, New York, Chicago, Boston. At first, they just managed to survive. In time,
It's an interesting use of
they
the
prevailed.
word people
Dunganstown,
as a verb.
County
I
Wexford,
haven't heard that in a long
Republic of Ireland.
time. They peopled the city, as
In
in they
1848,
populated
a
the
lad
city.
named Kennedy left this homestead, a thatched cottage at the time, to try his luck in America. In 1963, Kennedy's great-grandson made a pilgrimage to his ancestral home.
So now my wife and I prepare for a new administration and for a new baby. Thank you.
The Irish loved U.S. President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. They felt that he was one of their own. In his name, they've created a living memorial, the John F. Kennedy Arboretum, 8 miles from New Ross in the southeast corner of Ireland.
Those
Here
aren't finger
grow
guns.
trees and shrubs and plants in abundance, many donated from around the world. In a larger sense, this forest commemorates the great fulfillment after the Great Hunger.
Yes, John F. Kennedy made the potato famine all worth
The
it.
name Waterford, as in County Waterford,
Thank you, John F.
rings
Kennedy.
throughout the world's boutiques, from the elegant crystal produced at Waterford City's glassworks. It's the largest glass factory in the world. 3,000 visitors a week watch as the ingredients are mixed, shaped, and with consummate skill, cut in the unique patterns that are a hallmark of Waterford. Where swans patrol them, the waters of Loch Corrib are calm. But these waters surge wildly when spilling into Galway Bay. Between Loch Corrib and the sea, they're thick with salmon. In this most sheltered corner of the bay is Galway, the most Irish city in Ireland. Though its imposing cathedral is strictly 20th century, Galway is old. Its beginnings were humble, a harbor and a hangout for fishermen.
I wish it would do.
But by the 13th
Actual
century,
people.
it had become sufficiently prosperous to enclose itself within thick walls to keep out the wild Irish.
Like, I don't know if there's some intentional filtering going on to make it not actually depict John F.
Then
Kennedy.
is now
I feel like
Galway
it
bustles.
it should be able to depict
Market
John F.
Street,
Kennedy.
Shop Street, Buttermilk Lane. Once swaggering Spaniards strutted up and down these streets because the Sou'Westerlies brought ships here from the ports of Spain. This was the largest parish church in medieval Ireland, dedicated to St. Nicholas, patron of travelers by land and sea.
Swaggering Spaniards.
There's an intriguing old tale about this church.
I'm going hog wild with the
Galway
ghosts because there's just so
Harbor
many
and prayed in this church
descriptive phrases in this tape.
Before embarking westward in the Santa
Oh,
Maria.
those are swaggering Spaniards.
Given Galway's place on sea routes, the tale isn't as far-fetched as it may seem. Today, Lynch Castle is a bank. But during the city's heyday, it was a splendiferous mansion occupied by the Lynches, one of 14 powerful families or tribes that ruled Galway. Indeed, it was known as the city of the tribes in those days. Bank or castle? It's one of the finest old townhouses in Ireland.
was about to get up and get myself a bowl of oatmeal. I don't want to miss this music.
This is a monument to a storyteller. A Galway
I've always wanted to
storyteller
learn to play
who
the
wrote
accordion.
exclusively in the Irish language. Porrick O'Connor. There were those who
my
raised
grandpa
an
played the
eyebrow
accordion.
when a monument
He
was
learned as a
erected.
kid. I have his.
Paddy was never in one place very long.
I have the accordion he
As a
learned
matter of
on as a
fact,
boy.
he was a bit of a
but it's in
hobo
really rough shape. and
with
it's
a weakness for the bottle.
tiny,
but his
crappy
writings
accordion
are
from
much
100 years
loved.
ago. But my uncle,
Like O'Connor, Galway is.
my beloved
and
hoarder
lives.
uncle, also
Folk
plays the accordion, and he has like 8 accordions, most of which belong to my grandpa.
An even deeper thrust into the Celtic
I
twilight.
could probably ask him for one, but I never have, and he's never offered.
Straddling the mouth of Galway Bay are the
That's hardly
three
one of
islands
his eight
collectively
accordions.
known as Arran, strangely remote, in distance and in time. They're treeless. Atlantic gales have stripped them bare,
The thing is,
wild and lonely.
the accordion I have, I
Yet
forget
human beings have eked
where
out
it
a
is
living
exactly
here
in this
for
house.
50 centuries.
The accordion I have
Life
is the
hard
one
for
that,
these islanders.
when my grandpa
These
was a
fields,
boy,
which
his
the islanders
father,
who farmed them
my
hopefully refer to
great-grandfather,
as gardens,
was a
are
World
marked
War
off
I
by
Army
irregular
veteran.
dry stone walls.
and
These
they...
boundaries go back for generations.
I don't know if you
for
remember learning
centuries.
about the bonus army in school, but there were a bunch of veterans who ended up marching on Washington, D.C. because it was during the Depression and they
Here,
hadn't been
human
paid their
communities,
army bonus and they
little
wanted it early.
worlds unto themselves, subsist on potatoes, milk,
Anyway,
and fish.
my great-grandfather didn't
And
march to Washington or
there are
anything, but he got an
wildflowers.
army bonus and he used it to buy an
The
accordion
people here are steeped in
for my grandpa.
folklore. Irish Gaelic is their workaday language.
Hey, Z-Fan, thank you for the 200 bits. If you go to goldenvcr.com, you can use those for a ghost.
Out of politeness, they will speak English to visitors. This is the honored kind of boat used by the locals, the Cora, made of laths and tarred canvas.
I love this steel guitar.
Fishermen sail far out into the open seas in these crafts.
Chill tune in the background.
The stuff of legends, these islanders.
Hey, Green Day Rock.
But fearless people.
Thank you, Green Day, for
These
gifting
are
5
the folk of
subs.
Singh's haunting play, Riders to the Sea, and of American filmmaker Robert Flaherty's masterpiece.
Shattered Muse, Tiniest
The
of
Man
Kitties,
of Era.
None Choose Tech Absol, and Jace Thomas 96. Enjoy your subs,
Aaron
courtesy of
beckons
Green Day
visitors
Rock.
seeking a way of life rooted in the timeless.
That gives
the
you fun
unchanging.
points. You can go use them on goldenvcr.com.
You can explore on foot its pristine white sand beaches and probe the tide pools for what the sea has left behind. You can explore its tiny harbors and visit the graves of fishermen unknown to you. But in this place of crying winds and quiet courage, they're somehow kindred.
I don't know why they chose
You can traverse its
Like-
stony fields in a light two-wheeled carriage.
country
They're called
country music,
Jerusalem Jeeps by the locals.
this like Bakersfield country background track, but I think it fits pretty
You
well.
can breathe its briny, unpolluted air while pumping a bike. You can meander through its tidy towns where accommodations are family run.
I really like this tune.
You can browse through its shops for heavy sweaters or white sheep's wool, traditional Aran knitwear. Women of Aran used to knit these sweaters in family patterns and aid in identifying the bodies of fishermen who had drowned.
Oh. I guess that makes sense.
This is the westernmost point of the islands. The next landfall is New York City. Though battered by the sea, Aran, on the outmost rim of Western Europe, remains untouched by the turbulence of the times we live in.
That's a morbid fun fact that I
Living on
hadn't,
the island is
hadn't
like
thought
living
about.
no place on earth. It's the only place to be.
Connemara, a name that rolls off the tongue like honey.
You really
It's the
want
name given to
honey
the
rolling
western
off
part
your
of
tongue.
County Galway, stretching from
Okay,
Loch
I have to
Carr
go get a bowl of oatmeal so I don't pass out
to the
on stream.
Atlantic.
I will be in chat, enjoying Ireland. with
Landmark
you.
mountains brooding over it are the 12 Bends. It's a haunted land. Moors. Hidden lakes seeming to stretch into infinity. Lonely heaths, boglands, meandering streams, cataracts, bays as deep as the profound timelessness of Connemara itself, seas of waving grass. It's a place of few people, but with multitudes of memories. Haunting memories of giants and dwarfs and warrior kings who ruled when this was an ancient Gaelic kingdom. Connemara enchants. It is more than sights and sounds. It's a way of feeling. Lying at the head of Clifton Bay is the market town of Clifton. Population just over 1,000. Yet it's referred to as the capital of Connemara. This place marks an event. On this bog, just south of Clifton, 2 daring pilots crash-landed their biplane on a flight that took off from St. John's in Newfoundland. There were William Alcock and Arthur Whitten Brown. That was on the 15th of June, 1919, the first transatlantic flight, before Lindbergh. It is fitting that it is in Connemara that those primal rhythms rising from the depths of the Irish soul are being served. Malachi Kearns makes drums, a tambourine-shaped drum called a bowran that's used in making traditional Irish music. With great care, a frame is shaped and sanded. Skins, goat and deer the most favored, are cured in lime and mixed with ingredients that are a guarded secret of every bowran maker. Skins are soaked, scraped. After the skin has been stretched for 2 or 3 days, it's transferred to the beechwood frame of a bowran. In times past, a sheep's leg was used as a beater. Today, beaters are made of fine woods. In the hands of a good player, the bowran can be exciting, evoking an ageless response, and a joyous one. The region languors into summer. Then, on the 3rd Thursday in August, it bursts into high spirits with the Connemara Pony Show. Connemara is famous for its ponies. Some of these ponies seem as wild as the landscape. Legend has it that they're descended from Andalusian horses carried on board ships of the Spanish Armada. Horses that swam to the safety of these shores when their ships were sunk from under them. The Irish love horses. A good, fast horse and a rider with pluck are sport. And a social occasion as well. At any one time in Ireland, there are about 6,000 horses in training, some 28 race courses, and over 1 million fans a year. The toniest of equestrian events takes place from the first Tuesday of August through the following Saturday. The Royal Dublin Horse Show. There's an Englishness about this Dublin event, recalling the days when the Union Jack, and not the flag of the Irish Republic, flew over these showgrounds at Ballsbridge. Another event, the arrival of the President of the Republic. There's a contradiction here. The Irish fought long and hard against British kings and queens to become a republic and elect a president as its head. Yet this president presides over a royal horse show. Oh well, the Irish aren't ones to let a contradiction stand in the way of a good time. Perhaps even more than by the strains of their national anthem, today's Irish are united by the sound of a horse's hooves striking lightning from the earth. Following the coastline north to the enchanted landscape of County Sligo, this is Yeats country. And more northerly still, in Ulster, County Donegal, buffeted by the sea. Haunting is the word for County Sligo. A rare other world of secret places, of specters and spirits, where belief in the supernatural is taken for granted. Sligo is old, staggeringly old. At Carramore sprawls a vast Bronze Age burial ground, going back 40 centuries. Cairns, dolmens. It was in Sligo that Nobel Prize-winning poet William Butler Yeats spent his summers as a youth. Here his imagination caught fire. Here at Lough Gill, where Yeats probed the soul of Ireland's Celtic past. Rhymes more than their rhyming tell of things discovered in the deep, where only bodies lay to sleep. Yeats hated old age. Yet he grew old. He hated the idea of dying. Yet he died. He's buried in the churchyard at Drumcliff, under a piece of Sligo limestone chiseled with an epitaph that he himself had written. Cast a cold eye on life, on death. Horsemen, pass by. Where there are sheep, there's wool. And Donegal is one of the best places in Ireland to buy tweeds. The Atlantic pounding at its doorstep, County Donegal has launched fishing fleets and the Fighting O'Donnell clan into the maelstrom of Irish history. Respect for the sea is profound. Independence, fierce. Irish is spoken here. More people speak the Irish language in Donegal than in any other county in the Republic. But the Donegal dialect has much in common with the Gaelic spoken in the Scottish Highlands. Indeed, Donegal has strong ties with Scotland. In Christian times, it came to be known as the Blessed Well, but Doon Well is pagan. Pilgrims wind bits of clothing and personal effects onto nearby bushes, masking the foliage with frippery. Then they circle Doon Well ritualistically. The belief in the curative powers of the well's waters goes deeper than the well itself, down to the Druids of Donegal. The blessing of the fleet at Killybegs is more in keeping with the Irish faith. Killybegs, meaning the little churches, is a natural harbor in a sheltering inlet of Donegal Bay, and an important port in the herring trade. The fishing fleet merits the blessing of a bishop for calm waters and a full harvest from the sea. Eastern Ireland, facing the Irish Sea, abounds in sights just an hour or so from the capital. But the dearest sight is Dublin itself, full of churches, pubs, and pluck. 73 miles southwest of Dublin is a jewel on the banks of the River Nore. Kilkenny was once the capital of the Irish Confederation. Though its population stands at only 10,000, Little Kilkenny insists on being regarded as a full-grown city. City or town, it's a treasure of medieval haunts. Dublin's neighboring county Wicklow is graced by the refinements, the tastes and fancies of another age. Powers Court. This is one of the last great formal gardens of the old world. Flowing from east to west is the River Liffey. In its meanderings, its waters become musky and as green as Ireland itself. From its banks and from an overflow of history sprang Dublin town, Dublin's fair city. But it all started with the river. In heartfelt gratitude to the river, today's city fathers commissioned this magnificent fountain. Dubliners promptly christened it the Floozie in the Jacuzzi. Population? A tad under 1 million, including suburbs. Seat of Dublin County, province of Leinster. True, it's been a capital only since 1921, but it's the one capital Ireland's ever had. And it's the most hospitable bustle bug on earth. Bridges link the city's north to south. This arching cast iron footpath's called the halfpenny, recalling the time when a halfpenny was charged for a crossing. Centuries ago, the 9th to be exact, there was no city here. Then Vikings invaded and built a stronghold at a place called Dark Pool, Duv Linn in Gaelic. The name stuck. The town the Vikings built, which had been buried for centuries, stood between Christchurch and the river. During the 1970s, it was excavated. Remains of houses, walls. It was though an engulfed town surfaced before our eyes.
That was a long break, sorry. I made myself a bowl of oatmeal and I ended up making
combs,
another cup of coffee.
Bowls and spoons, coins, and locks, masks, as well as being marauders.
Thank you to Anise, by the way, for the
Vikings were merchants.
200-bit cheer ghost.
Dubliners can't resist breathing some high spirits into their city's murky
I heard about the Floozie and the Jacuzzi.
In a recreated Viking village at the excavation site, players with a bent for history portray their ancestral Dublin Danes.
I wish.
There's always me shellfish, cockles and...
Breathe! Ah! Do you hear me talking to you? These people don't want fish now. Will you run along and...
They do want
What do you mean they do?
You see, they all eat fish.
You've never met these people before.
Every single one
How
of them.
do you,
They
you
all
don't know
eat
these
fish.
people?
I know by looking at them.
You know
they
by
eat
looking
fish.
at them.
I do,
Don't be such a stupid old woman.
I love that man's hair so much.
Go along there, please.
Here, the visitor joins in a reliving of early Dublin life in the housing of the times. Historically, these Vikings became Christians and intermarried with the Irish. In the 12th century, Normans arrived by way of England, but they established power only over a strip of land on the east coast known as the Pale. Anything outside of it was referred to as beyond the Pale. Dublin Castle was begun by England's King John.
The Pale is
medieval
like...
Dublin grew up around it.
I think it's cognate with palisade, like the defensive structure.
Starting with the reign of the first
wall.
Elizabeth, it was England's foothold in the territorial conquest of the Irish island.
Oh yeah, the establishment of colonies and
today,
plantations in
Dublin
Ireland.
Castle wears architectural add-ons of 18th
Was like
century
the
elegance.
blueprint for
The
North
18th
American
century saw
colonialism.
Dublin's golden age.
They tested out their like systematic oppression techniques on the Irish first.
The cornerstone of Parliament House was laid in 1728. Though one of the statues that ornament it represents wisdom, it was folly for the Irish Parliament to vote itself out of existence as it did in 1801, when its befuddled MPs passed the Act of Union with Great Britain. From then on, Ireland was governed from London. Dedicated in the 12th century, St. Patrick's Cathedral has had several faceliftings since. It's the largest church in Ireland, standing on the site where Patrick himself baptized 500 pagan Irish into the faith. Oliver Cromwell had shown his contempt for the Irish by stabling his horses inside. Starting in 1713, these sacred precincts were a seat of literary assaults, of razor-sharp tracts that slash into the injustice of the times. That is, for the 35 years that Jonathan Swift was dean here. Swift is renowned for his classic Gulliver's Travels, but his brilliant irony was simply too much for the readers of his day. He's buried here in St. Pat's. Trinity College was founded by England's Elizabeth I on the site of a monastery that had been sacked by her father, Henry VIII. In the 1750s, it got a facelift. For over 4 centuries, Trinity College has been a beehive of higher learning and endless talk. It's a 40-acre campus. Trinity's library houses Old Ireland's highest artistic achievement, the Book of Kells. These 9th century renderings of the Gospels are bound into 4 volumes. Each day, with loving care, another page of dazzling beauty is turned for the visitor to behold. The busy O'Connell Street Bridge couples the city's nitty-gritty north side with its gentrified south side. The dominant colossus is of the man himself, Daniel O'Connell, the liberator. Parnell's remembered in a city square named after him. Charles Stewart Parnell championed Home Rule for Ireland in the British House of Commons. Parnell's shining career was tarnished when it came out that he'd been carrying on for years with a woman named Kitty, who was married to a Captain O'Shea. The American Revolution has its Liberty Bell, the French its Bastille. But only Dublin could turn this granite hulk of a post office into a shrine to liberty. A shrine consecrated by Irish blood. 1916, the Monday after Easter. Dublin's main post office was besieged by a band of patriots, just 150 of them, some armed awkwardly with old rifles. They were teachers, intellectuals, idealists, talkers.
They are getting into some more recent history.
From the steps, they boldly proclaimed an Irish republic. Complete independence from Great Britain. Most of the Dubliners who bothered to listen refused to take them seriously. But there was looting. British soldiers were sent in. Arrests were made. What had been an outburst of bluster suddenly became grim. On the 3rd day of May, leader Porrick Pierce and 2 others were shot by a British firing squad. The next day, more were executed. Then more, and more, and more. Things changed. As the poet Yeats wrote, all changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. The rebels were no longer comic. They had become martyrs. Those firing squads triggered half a decade of civil war. Then, on December 5, 1921, 800 years of Englishmen trying to impose royal rule on their Irish neighbors came to a halt. At last, Ireland was free. This scarred old building is still in use as a post office. Fashionable Dublin still basks in the glow of a vanished age. It's a city for strolling, a city of graceful squares and the welcoming doors of Dublin. Richly painted Georgian entrances radiating fan lights and embellished with polished brass.
Well, yes, I do drink my coffee black.
Some of these doorways lead to the cradles of famous and sometimes infamous writers. The poet Yeats was born at number 5 Sandymount Avenue. Notorious for his rapier wit, Oscar Wilde was born at number 21
Tea,
Westland
too. I've
Road.
never been able to put milk into tea.
Though Dublin is something more than a bat's flight from Transylvania, novelist Bram Stoker was born here.
When I was in
He wrote
London on business. Not a thing I do often.
George Bernard
I
Shaw
happened to be in
first
London
learned the
working. We were
ABCs of the
consulting for
language he used so
company in
brilliantly
London.
at number 33 Sing Street.
And somebody was going to get tea for people
Here on Leinster
before a
Lawn
meeting, and I was
is where
I was
Shaw
offered a
played
cup of
hooky
tea,
as
and
a
I was like,
school
"Yeah,
boy.
just black,
The
nothing in it."
National Gallery,
And
housing
she
a
turned to
collection
me
of
and she was
splendid
like,
works.
"With milk."
Rembrandt,
And I said, "No, thank you, just black."
Velázquez,
She said,
Goya.
"With milk."
El Greco. The National
And-
Gallery was the place
And
to
I
which
was like,
Bernard
"No,
Shaw
I just
owed his
plain
early
tea, please, thank
education.
you."
So
And
he claimed.
she brought me a cup of tea with milk in it.
Shaw, whose plays had
And, like,
tickled
it's fine, it
audiences
just doesn't
into a
taste like
higher
tea.
social consciousness, left a third of his estate to the National Gallery.
What's up with?
Well, that's considerable, taking into account
No,
the
I don't wanna start
royalties
a-
from
a
such
tea
works
debate
as
with the English.
Pygmalion, which was made into one of the biggest money-making musicals in theatrical history, My Fair Lady. There's a backdoor Dublin, too, north of the Liffey. This is the grubby Dublin of Sean O'Casey, master of the tragic comic in his plays The Plough and the Stars and Juno and the Paycock.
Carrots or onions there, 2 pence for 30 pence.
Brash,
I hope I don't break that bloody camera.
No.
I generally do.
lively,
Would you not bring him over Gay's face wash?
and buoyed with wit as colorful as its stalls of produce.
Yeah, it was like
The
her
down-to-earth
English
Dublin of
soul
the
would
Moore
not
Street
allow her
Market.
to make a cup of tea without putting a ton of milk
We
in
all
it.
have. We all have. We all have. Just one day at a time for us.
This venerable market is manned by weathered Amazons, crones from the Cabbage Patch, who through more decades than they dare add up have seen it all.
I'm too yuppie for her. Madonna. Say Madonna.
From the lush, youthful
I love-
strawberry,
I love
all
these old
juice and
ladies.
sugar, to the dusty potato, as old and lumpy as the earth.
30 a pound at the
As
cent.
old and lumpy as the weathered
That
Amazon,
house painter
the
turned
crone
word
selling it
painter,
to you.
Brendan Behan, knew well the Moore Street Market, its chic, its smells, its cadences. Behan had turned to the stage, as had so many other Irish writers before him, helping to make the Dublin theatre scene one of the most dazzling in the world. The Abbey.
I guess Amazons, yeah.
Out of the strivings
that.
for independence grew Ireland's national theatre. The Abbey is a shrine to the Irish flair for words, for the tragic comic,
Piccadilly.
Much of the credit for the Abbey's founding goes to the remarkable
Leicester
Lady
Square.
Augusta Gregory.
It's a long,
She
long
shared the
way
theater's
to
directorship, and she
Tipperary,
herself wrote some
but
40
my
plays.
heart's right there.
Downstairs, the Abbey feeds a sibling, the Peacock Theater. The Peacock delves into plays in Gaelic and the experimental.
So we turned into Barney Kearns. And there, sure enough, up in the corner was the citizen, having a great confab with himself. And that bloody, mangy mongrel Gary Owen.
Still, to many Dubliners, south of the Liffey is where the action is. Dublin's smartest shops are on Grafton Street. Grafton ends at St. Stephen's Green, the city's landmark park. 22 acres of trees, ponds, fountains, and flowers. Until 1663, this was an open common.
Oh, swim dog.
This is the green heart of James Joyce's Dublin. Crossing Stevens, that is my green. Not since Shakespeare has a writer used the
Micah does
English
not
language
swim.
with such originality as Dublin's most famous son.
We've never
James
put her in
Joyce.
a pool or a body of water.
James Augustine
But
Aloysius
she really
Joyce
hates to get wet.
was born at number 14 Brighton Square in
He's
Rathgap,
more of a runner.
south suburban Dublin. His father was a rates collector. This is Sandy Cove on Dublin Bay. Sandy Cove is still a place where Spartan gentlemen bathe in the rough, cold sea. In 1904, Joyce had lived there in this squat stone tower. Today, it's the James Joyce Museum, housing the writer's furniture and mementos, piano, neckties, guitar. When he was about 30 years old, Joyce courted a young woman named Nora Barnacle. Nora returned Joyce's romantic interest. They went off together to the European continent as self-styled exiles. In time, Joyce and Nora married.
Ba. Ba, 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 ba.
Joyce spent much of his time writing books. The going was tough. But Nora stuck with him, even though she wasn't sure of what his books were all about. By the time he died in 1941, this sparse, nearsighted man had become a colossus of 20th century literature. James Joyce had not been back to his hometown in over 30 years.
And added some
Yet in all of
alligator
his
characteristics
works,
to some of
he had
those
written
dogs.
of nothing but Dublin. To him, Dublin was the dead center of the universe. In the tremendous vitality of his prose, Dublin is the stage upon which the human tragicomedy is acted out. Yes, lived.
Then I ask with my eyes to ask again, yes. Then he asked me, would I yes to say yes? And his heart was going like mad, and yes, I said yes, I will, yes.
We sometimes forget that English is not the native language of the Irish people. It was forced on them. In adopting it, they created an Irish English. A rich froth of wit and whimsy tops the conversational flow.
I have created a poll.
The ancestors of these people were bards, poets, storytellers. Today, a storyteller in a pub strikes the same note.
As the evening poises with a blackbird on its table of hay. Just that. And here and there, a gate.
There are 10,500 of these pubs in the country, one for every 350 citizens. And there's always a grand welcome. Here, the gab is as heady as the Guinness. The pub crowd becomes family, and the pub itself a celebration of Ireland. But dear Ireland is more than the bravado of her talk, or a love for dogs.
Dog. I muted
And
for that.
horses.
You're welcome. That was a scream, sneeze.
More than her haunting history.
I think we've only
Her
had passing
wild
mentions of
seas.
whiskey.
The emerald facets of her landscapes. More than her countryside, so unspoiled, so frankly rural. More than that secret scripture of the poor, the Irish language. It is Ireland's fundamental peopleness, the wonder of simply being a person that so many of us have lost still lingers here. And oh, the dreaming, the dreaming.
The dreaming. Oh, the dreaming. I don't know, I had to repeat that. Hey! Albert J. Nader, thank you. Written by Rolf. More steel guitar. Will you go, lassie, go? All around the blooming heather, will you go, lassie, go? My love of power, and on it I will pile all the flowers of the mountain. Will you go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pull wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will you go, lassie, go? Yeah, so this was produced by people in Chicago. I liked it. It was chill. It was, I mean, it included, it's a little bit of whiplash at times, how it cut back and forth, like a lot of these tapes do, between, like, serious history and you can watch people make stuff out of glass here. But yeah, you know, it was I felt like it was an interesting portrait of Ireland and pretty sympathetic to, you know, Ireland, the Irish national identity. Hooray. This was a Bella Bunny tape. So thank you to Bella Bunny for sending that in. And we, of course, still have, for some other time, touring Scotland and touring England. No touring Wales, though, which is a real shame. I wonder if there's VHS tapes of, like, the Treorchy male voice choir or something that we can just watch someday. Hooray. I've always, I don't know why, I do have some Scottish ancestry, being a Forsyth and all, but it's never been a huge part of my identity. But still, like, I've I've always just found the British Isles to be a very fascinating place. I would love one day to just go around and explore different parts of England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, Cornwall. Because there's so much diversity there, right? There's so much diversity that when you grow up in America, it just gets lumped into, like, British. But, like, you know, even within England, there's a lot of cultural diversity. And then there's a lot of, like, repressed cultural diversity in other parts of the British Isles. Okay. There's a sequel to Big Bird in China where he goes to Japan. I would love to see that. Let's see what we might watch next. The Scottish Fiddle Orchestra's Outstanding Canadian Tour. Another Donut Man. Roller Coaster Thrills in 3D. Will Peters suggests National Geographic love those trains. We did have a train theme going for a while. We got California Raisins 2. We got some Richard Scarry. God damn it. Donut Man at the Zoo. Let's see. Over Florida. Now we do have There Goes a Spaceship. That's another Engineer Dave number that I think would be good to watch at some point. I'm favoriting that for sure. And as a reminder, folks, you can favorite tapes too, and that will influence what we watch. Big Bird in China. Yeah, maybe we should have some advance notice for roller coasters in 3D so people can get their 3D glasses sorted out. Marching pipes and drums. Kid songs. We do have a lot of kid songs thanks to Haley 92, and I'm surprised to see that so many of them have been favorited so much. We do have advanced note-taking, a dynamic keyword approach. This man looks pretty serious. Oh, he has an Earthlink email address. That's great. Yeah, maybe not note-taking, I guess. Okay. What's... Oh my god, our least favorited tape. We have a focus on the... Well, a feature... A Christian movie, Church World Service. A focus on the family lecture. Operation Christmas Child, never favorited by anyone. No one's favorited ab butt thighs? Come on. Marty Stouffer's Wild America Great Escapes. This seems like it would be fun. How have y'all not favorited that? Okay. Tell you what let's do. Let's get 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Dr. James Dobson's Focus on the Family film series, a lecture, Shaping the Will Without Breaking the Spirit, about Christian parenting. We'll watch 10 minutes of this. 10 minutes, just to see, and then we'll have a poll, okay? I'll set the timer. I'll set a timer for 10 minutes. I need to get these off my shelf, okay? We don't endorse James Dobson or Focus on the Family. I just want to see what this tape is like. Maybe you do too. Listen, birthday requests are okay. What do you want to see, Cosmic Circle? Unless it's not really your birthday. We can read James C. Dobson's Wikipedia article while we watch his lecture. There's a little note on the website that's like, I have to make a judgment call. I reserve the right to not include things that you send in the collection. And Bella Bunny sent in a bunch of like Christian Focus on the Family lectures, double tape box sets, and I'm very grateful to Bella Bunny for sending in so many awesome tapes. And so I was like, we probably don't want to watch. Like, there's probably no segment of the audience that really wants to watch a bunch of Focus on the Family lectures. But it's Bella Bunny. Maybe they're good. Maybe there's some redeeming reason. I'll just put them in. And so now we have to get through a bunch of Focus on the Family lectures, or we'll just throw them away. There is a 7-minute tape. That's true. I do like to have some short tapes in reserve. But anyway, this Focus on the Family tape, only I am to blame for this because I got it at a thrift store. I'm going to go get it. I'll be right back. Oh, damn. Cosmic Star, oh man, I'm sorry you weren't here for that. Yeah, we did watch Buffaloes. I thought you were here for Buffaloes. It's on the, it's on a VOD. It was an experience. I won't spoil it. Ah, bummer. This thing is so big. See, it's in this giant, like, Disney movie clamshell case. And so it has to go on, like, a special shelf. Because Dr. James C. Dobson is too big for his britches. And here is the tape. It's actually kind of a nice-looking cassette. It's a Scotch. Focus on the Family Film Series. Film 2, Shaping the Will Without Breaking the Spirit. And it came from the Library and Media Center at Westwood Baptist Church in Durham, North Carolina. So listen. Start the clock. It's going to be 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's all you have to suffer through. And then we'll see if we want to watch more. There's the tape counter. Here, let me You know, there might be a cool, like, intro graphic. There might be some good music. You never know. Word, home video. Word. This is counting toward the 10 minutes, don't worry. This video cassette program, Shaping the Will Without Breaking the Spirit, is one of 7 films by Dr. Dobson in the widely acclaimed series Focus on the Family. For more information, write to Word Incorporated, Waco, Texas. Let's look up James C. Dobson on Wikipedia. James C. Dobson, American author and psychologist. Focus on the Family is also the name of a Christian nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving and the strengthening of the American family. For more information on the ministry of James Dobson, write to Focus on the Family, Arcadia, California. Focus on the Family was founded in 1977. This tape seems like it's from 1977. Learn the appropriate way to chastely stroke your children's hair in a Christian way. Christian mothers only serve milk. God, this is from the 70s. Or at least early 80s.
How can parents raise emotionally secure and healthy children? Well, at least one important answer to that question is found in achieving a delicate balance between love and control.
How can parents raise emotionally
But
repressed
obviously,
children?
many parents struggle to find this balance. Either they become too harsh and oppressive, or they lean in the direction of permissiveness and overprotection. In part 2 of this Focus on the Family series, Dr. James Dobson, Associate Clinical Professor of Pediatrics at the University of Southern California School of Medicine, presents a strategy through which parents and teachers can provide the discipline every child needs while preserving and protecting his delicate sense of self-esteem and worthiness. In the process, Dr. Dobson offers some advice on how to avoid the most common mistake in parenting. The target? To shape the will without breaking the spirit. Let's join Dr. James Dobson in Laurie Auditorium.
Now, folks, what I need to do at this moment is to discuss with you what I consider to be the most common mistake that parents and teachers make in handling the strong-willed child or in handling discipline of any sort.
We're a third of the way through.
It has to do with using anger to motivate children instead of using action to motivate children. Anger does not motivate human beings. It won't work. It doesn't work with you. It doesn't work with me. Let's suppose when you leave here tonight, you're driving home and you're going too fast. You're going 45 in a 25, and there's a policeman standing on the corner, and he does not have a squad car, and he does not have a badge, and he doesn't have a gun, and he can't write tickets, and he doesn't have a motorcycle, and he can't chase you down. He is commissioned only to stand on the corner and scream at you as you go by. Is that going to slow you down?
I haven't really read
Of course
his Wikipedia.
not. You might wave at him as you went by. His anger.
I just skimmed through, and there are some quotes about,
you don't care if he gets mad or not.
You know,
that
some
has
recent
nothing
quotes
to do
about
with it.
that
It
are
does not enter into
homophobic
your
and
motivational
transphobic.
system.
So we're not really fans of James C. Dobson.
The way you drive is when you're driving 45 in a 25 and you look in the rearview mirror and you see a squad car coming toward you with 104 red lights flashing, and a guy pulls you over to the curb, and out steps a patrolman, and he's about 6'9", and he's wearing leather boots, and he looks so immaculate, and he's got a voice like the Lone Ranger, and he's got a gun on each hip, and he walks up to your window, and he says, "Sir, we had a radar unit on you back there, and it showed you were going 45 in a 25. May I see your driver's license, please?" You see, he's not angry. He's not pounding his fist on the hood. He's not saying, "Why do you drive so fast?"
Yeah, if you want your children to respect you.
And what do? He
carry
says this
2
so
guns
calmly,
at
and
all
you go all to
times.
pieces. Your hands are trembling. And you're looking for that little card with a horrible Polaroid picture on it. And your sweat's on your forehead, and you're trembling and shaking. Why? He hasn't done anything. He's been polite. He's dignified. All he did was ask you for your driver's license. But you see what he is about to do with that little leather book.
It's really and also the threat of deadly force.
Unpleasant. See, it is his action that influences the way you drive, not his anger. He has lost it if he starts showing anger and hostility. It doesn't work. It assassinates his authority. That's why they teach him to be so reserved.
Famously
That's why they teach him to be so
advocated
dignified.
the threat of deadly
He spent a
force
long
as a way
time
to
learning that.
show love.
The moment he loses that and begins to show his emotion, then his authority has begun to crumble.
We're
Why
at
do you
6
think
minutes.
they put a judge high up on a bench with a black robe?
In 4
Why does
minutes, I'll
everybody
make a
stand
poll.
up
We'll
when he comes
decide
into
if we
the
want to
room?
continue
Why
or
does he appear
not.
so objective? Why do you not see his emotions? Because his authority demands it. Authority demands a certain resolve, a certain confidence. And anger, I think, is the poorest motivator. It doesn't work with children, and in fact, assassinates your authority and your leadership at home. Teachers make this mistake. I heard a teacher on national television not too long ago say that she enjoys teaching. She enjoys the profession that she chose, but she hates her job on a day-by-day basis because, she said, I have to stay angry at my kids all day to get them to do what I want them to do. You see, she's making the mistake of using anger to motivate. It doesn't work. I taught the 6th grade in 1960, and there was a teacher who taught near me who had no concept whatsoever of the principles I'm talking about here. No idea of them. And when her class would really push her, I mean, when they had taken her too far and she'd had it, when she crossed that imaginary line, she would get up on her desk and blow a whistle at the class. The kids loved it.
We're getting
she was
some
an
good
overweight
crowd
woman,
shots.
and they would plot at lunchtime how they could get her up on that desk. You can imagine how silly she looked blowing a whistle at the class. She had no action whatsoever. She only had her anger and this kind of reinforcement for the behavior that she least wanted. Anger will not motivate. Have you heard yourself saying to your kids, "It's the last time I want to tell you for the last time"? See, and you follow them around and you say, "Why don't you do right, Jack? I do declare, boy. Why do you always do it the wrong way?"
Yeah, that sounds
And you say
that
it
sounds
so
rough
many
having that kind of
times
chaos
that he doesn't even hear you anymore.
in your childhood.
It's like a person who lives by a railroad track. There's a train rumbling 8 feet away and he doesn't even hear it. It's shaking his house down and he's not even aware of it because anger does not motivate. Your kids don't care if you get mad. I think they rather like it. To get this big, powerful adult, you see, reduced to tears and anger and frustration is, in the conflict of wills, a triumph. That's a battle. So let me illustrate a better way, but first let me illustrate what typically happens in a home situation on a given evening. If you watch very closely, maybe you might see the footprints of your own family at this point. Let's call this axis down here time.
We're getting graphs.
And a given evening begins at 0 point in time by definition. That means the moment the kids come home from school, that represents 0 point, and we go through the evening in that way. Let's put this ordinal axis here and call this...
Look at this graph.
Emotion. Okay? This is anger between a parent and child. And let's say, for purposes of illustration, that you begin
boil
at
all of
0
human emotion
point
down
in
to a
emotion
single
with your child
dimension,
at
a
that
single
moment. You're not
number.
angry at him. He comes in the door and you greet him and you take him in the kitchen and you give him some milk and cookies and so on, and you're not angry. And the evening is just starting. 0 point in emotion, and supposedly we'll call it 0 point in time and emotion. But, folks,
does it go negative?
They are not at the same
Does
place.
the emotion
at that
go
moment.
up?
Now, Johnny got up at 6
below
o'clock in the
zero,
morning,
or is it all just?
and he began running and jumping
Are we
and
trying to keep
climbing
the emotion
and
at
tearing
zero?
and pulling and pushing.
What is the optimal point for our
burning
emotion
through the
number?
day? Ran off to catch the bus and ran up and down the aisles of the bus all the way to school.
Okay, folks, we're at 10
climbed over
minutes.
things, got off the bus,
I'm going to make a
ran out on
poll.
the playground till the bell
We can
rung,
watch.
went into
We can
school,
watch.
went through all the activities
just 10
of the
more
day.
minutes.
At lunchtime
If y'all want to
and
see
at
more.
break time, he was on the crash rollover bars and he played football after school. Caught the bus and ran all the way home, and comes in the door, and he still has loads of energy left to spare. I've never fully understood that. In fact, I resent it a great deal.
Oh, we got some people voting yes.
But that's
if you
the
want
way
to
he
quit this
feels.
tape.
But Mother, you see, is not
Get
in
in
the
there and
same
vote.
situation. She's in a much different situation. She
It's
got up at
50-50.
6 o'clock
Oh, my
this
God.
morning, too, and fixed breakfast for the family and got it all together and got the kids off to school and then cleaned it all up.
Some
and
people are curious.
perhaps she's been chasing a couple of toddlers all day. And it comes to
Ooh,
3
neck and
o'clock in
neck.
the
This is
afternoon
real
and
drama.
the kids are starting to come home. And Mother's tired. You see, that was 6 o'clock in the morning, so we got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. She has already put in 9 hours. But the hard thing about it is that she still has a long evening ahead because she's got to go to the store and get the groceries and bring it home and cook it and clean it up and get the kids in the tub and change the baby's diapers and bring the kids 8 glasses of water and say the bedtime prayers, and I get depressed just thinking about it. And she gets depressed thinking about it too because, you see, she may have, it's 3 and she's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She's got, what, 6 hours, maybe 7 hours of work left. And the hardest hours in the day are left before
we're going to 20
so Mother's
minutes.
a little bit uptight. She greets him with a smile, but she still doesn't take very much to irritate her because she is.
I don't know. I thought.
And so Johnny comes in, and he does begin to irritate her.
I was a little worried about.
In the first place, he can't find anything to do.
How I was gonna.
Right.
How we were gonna get through bad tapes.
You know him. Can't find a thing to do. He's loaded with energy, but he can't think of a thing to do. So he's bugging everybody. He's teasing his little brother.
The 10 minutes and then a pole approach. I kind of like it. There's so much drama seeing if we're gonna keep going.
Kind of falling
I was really expecting like an overwhelming no vote on that.
He's going to the toy closet and jerking out plastic stuff. You know, there's the checkers and the chess and all those stuff, and it's everywhere. And Mother has a pretty good idea who's going to get to clean that up. And so she's starting to do a lot of yelling at him, and she tells him to go to the bathroom and wash his hands because dinner's hot, and he stays gone 9 minutes, and he comes back and his hands.
Yeah, chatter was worse.
You been there?
Chatter is.
You know what I'm talking about? This happens in
Chatter
nearly
is
every
perhaps
house,
my least favorite thing we've ever watched.
There is this kind of struggle that goes on, and Mother is getting more and more hot about it and is doing a lot more yelling and warning, and there's a great deal of irritation between the two of them. Finally, folks, it comes to that fateful moment called bedtime. Loaded with emotion. And she tells Johnny to go get in the tub. And Johnny is not accustomed to doing anything that he doesn't want to do. And he's sitting on the floor, and she says, young man, now listen to me. You got school tomorrow, and I want you to get the stuff picked up and go get in the tub. Now, that sounded a whole lot like it meant get the stuff picked up and go get in the tub. That didn't mean that at all. That meant start thinking about getting the stuff picked up and go get in the tub. She would fall over if he'd do it. He doesn't do things that he doesn't want to do when she says it like that because he doesn't have to. She didn't expect him to. It was not intended that he should do it yet. It was an early warning system.
There are more chatter tapes.
About
not in the
10
collection.
Minutes, and then
Thank God,
with deliberately greater emotion, she says, now listen, young man, I told you 10 minutes ago, you know, it still doesn't mean do it. It means we're getting closer. See, he understands her role. She understands his role. It's analyzed. It's computerized. They go through this 8 times a day. Whenever she wants him to do something he doesn't want to do. And then she gets a little more tense in about 10 minutes, and she says more. And then finally, blowy. It happens.
Lowy.
She blows up at him. And what she's saying when she has this emotional explosion, you see, she really goes all to pieces, and she draws a line. And what she's saying at that moment is, young man, I am through talking to you. I am now ready to do something about it. She is saying, I am now ready to take some action. The anger says, this is anger, says, I am ready to take some action. What amazes me about children is that they know precisely where your action line is. And well, they should, because you convey it in about a dozen ways. In the first place, you use their middle name at that time. James Robert Bryant. And also your speech becomes much more staccato. You know, young man, I told you. See, and your face turns red. It's a very important clue. Now, what amazes me about children is that they will take you right out to your line. Wherever you draw it, wherever you say, I've had it, that's as far as I'll go, don't go any further, or there'll be action. They'll take you right out to that point and bump it. Bump it, bump it, bump it. But they will seldom go beyond it, except to find out if the action is really there. And they'll test that a time or two, like Siggy did with me, you see, and he'll say, are you really tough enough? Will you accept my challenge? And if the action is there, then next time they'll stop there. And they know a lot more about this conflict than you and I do, because they give their full-time effort to it, and we only play the game when we have to, you see. Folks, I could give you so many illustrations of that. Shirley and I have a very good friend, in fact, the family is friends of ours, who have, I think, 4 of the most beautifully disciplined kids I've ever seen. Name. I think they just happen to be compliant kids.
I always found it weird because all of their siblings had middle names. But they are beautifully behaved and loving kids. I flew into an airport in Denver and met them for the first time.
And by the time I walked out of the airport, I was holding hands with one of them. The other one has his arms around my neck, and they're just that kind of kids. And the parents have done a great job of balancing love and control, but they get tested too. And the father was telling me that they were in a restaurant, and the 5-year-old was just suddenly bugging everybody and asking who's in charge here. It was so clear that he wanted to know. And he put his fingers in the water and splashed it in his sister's face. He was being sassy to his mother. He was just looking for ways to defy authority. And finally, the father had had it. He'd had enough. He reached the action line. He took the boy by the arm, and he marched him out of the door of the cafeteria and out into a parking lot and behind a car where he proceeded to give him the spanking he'd been begging for. There was a lady in the restaurant who watched all this happen and became very indignant. And she got up and she marched out of the restaurant and out into the parking lot and into their faces and shook her finger in the father's face and said, "Let that boy go. If you don't let him go, I'm going to call the police." And the 5-year-old, who had been jumping up and down and crying, immediately stopped crying and looked up at his dad and says, "What's wrong with that woman, Dad?" Children understand.
18 minutes.
They understand
We got our rope.
that concept. And it is a deliberate, almost a willful thing, a conscious thing to test you to that point. And wherever you draw the line, that's how far they'll take you. Now, folks, there is a very important concept that I need to convey, especially to the screamer who's here. And it's very easy to be a screamer. You don't have to be a bad parent to be a screamer. It's just very easy to fall into that trap of doing a lot of yelling and warning and getting very, very angry. And if you'll stay with me for just a moment, I think I can explain it, although it's very hard to put into words, very difficult to express. If you listen to me, it's not your problem, it's mine in putting it into words, but let me see if I can express it. Because the anger occurs simultaneously with the child finally doing what you told him to do. Johnny, go get in that tub. Get in the tub, Johnny. And then you blow apart, and Johnny goes and gets in the tub. Provided the phone doesn't ring, or the doorbell ring, or you lose your concentration, then he can wander back. You know, that's one of the rules of the game. But when you blow up and you finally get angry, then he does what you told him to do. Because those things happen simultaneously, there is an inclination for parents and teachers to assume that it was the anger that got him in the tub. That is an error in reasoning. It was not the anger that put him in the tub. What was it?
We're at 20 minutes.
It was the action that put him in the tub.
I've started a new poll.
You don't need the anger. You do not need anger to control children. That teacher who said I have to stay mad all the time to control my class.
Yeah, I agree about the rhetoric.
You see, was using anger to control. It doesn't work.
Viewing children as master manipulators instead of like
and I'll
people with
emotions who are here, if
maybe
the society that you live in and the school board that you work for and the parents that you represent strip you of your ability to take action, then you're going to have no discipline because you've got to have action.
All right. All right. We have, at the moment, 7 yes votes for 10 more minutes and 24 no, I need an adult votes.
What should you say to him? How are you going to get him in bed?
I think that's going to be
anger?
at the end for James C. Dobson.
I think it's wise to say, Johnny, now listen to me. I want you to just put down what you're doing and just...
We did it. We got through 21 minutes of Focus on the Family Film Series. Dr. James C. Dobson, shaping the will without breaking the spirit. How far did we get on the tape? That's a good question. Let's see. I don't know how long this is. It's from 1985. And we're maybe... I would estimate that at 90 minutes, because that's what we haven't watched yet. That was 85. I feel like maybe the lecture itself, or at least the stock footage they used, was from earlier. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the evangelical Christian scene is like the Midwest, where they're a little behind on fashion. Yeah, what did we learn? Well, the key thing for me is that I no longer have to keep this big-ass tape case on my shelf. VHSs became, like, available to consumers in the late 70s. They exploded, really, in the 80s and 90s, though. Yeah, I feel like we can... Even if we strongly disagree with a lot of the messages and values of Focus on the Family, particularly all the I don't know, homophobia, transphobia, regressive gender norms. There's something to take away from that, maybe. But you don't have to take anything you don't want to take. James C. Dobson, Shaping the Will Without Breaking the Spirit. We're done with that. Currently in the Golden VCR platform, there's no way for me to determine the ultimate fate of a tape. Right? We've either watched it, which is screened, or we haven't watched it, which is unscreened. Once a tape has been screened, that doesn't tell us like if there's more on the tape, or if we watched the whole tape, or if I'm keeping the tape or eventually going to throw it away. So for right now, everything we watch, I just keep it around. But that may change at some point. So for a tape like Dr. James C. Dobson, Focus on the Family film series, Shaping the Will Without Breaking the Spirit, we might, make the call of like, do we want to keep this around or just get rid of it? Will there ever be any interest in seeing more of this lecture? Probably. I mean, it's not. The thing is, we have so many other tapes. That's the thing. Yeah, we have like a lot of tapes. Yeah, this is not binding, but I'm just curious. Should Dr. Dobson stay in the collection? I just want to read the temperature on this as I'm evaluating like whether or not this is a feature to add to Golden VCR. I can't buy more shelves. Okay, this is already too many shelves. Okay. So, Cosmic Searle. Is it your birthday? Is it really your birthday? Actually, you missed the Buffaloes, which I feel bad about. So I don't even care if it's your birthday. Let's watch the one that Cosmic Searle recommended. Legend. Happy birthday! Everybody give it up for Cosmic Searle. Happy birthday. This is from 1992. I need to fix this typo. Legends of Comedy, The Golden Age of Comedy by Reader's Digest. Oh man, Haley and I were just watching, they have on HBO Max some early like Charlie Chaplin short films from 1916 through 1919. And they're pretty good. They're pretty great. No, that's fine. I believe you. The Golden Age of Comedy, the 20s and 30s. We got all of these greats. Let's go get the tape. Reader's Digest presents Legends of Comedy, The Golden Age of Comedy, the 20s and 30s. Is this rewound? Yes. No label. I think the glue sometimes rots and it falls off or decays. Oh no, the package is being sent back to you. Are you on the Golden VCR Discord, Slick Duke? If you DM me like which tapes you sent, or just, you know, a rough description of what you sent, I can check and see if I got it. Because sometimes it says return to sender, but it's like being returned to the post office. The tracking is really weird. Like the ones that Deb sent. There were some packages a while back that had the incomplete address thing, and they like, once I picked them up, the tracking said, "Hey, you picked it up." The ones that Deb sent, like the alien box, I got that, and it still says return to sender. And when you look at the tracking, it's like arrived. You know, it goes from the sorting facility to a destination, which is the post office where the P.O. box is, and then it says arrived in parcel locker, which is where I picked it up from. And then like a few hours later, it says insufficient address, return to sender, and then I got it from the parcel locker. So it's, yeah, the tracking is kind of worthless, sadly. Even when we're pretty sure that things have been like addressed exactly as they need to be, they still get jerked around. Anyway, if you sent me something, feel free to DM me on Discord and let me know what you sent, and that'll help me to know who sent what, and also I can confirm whether I got it or not. Sweet. We begin. At the dawn of the 20th century, as a sensational new invention, the motion picture startles, delights, and excites eager audiences all over the world. Hollywood is born, and with it, the film careers of our first batch of all time, legends of comedy. Hold on to your sides. Here come the greatest hits and finest performances of those pioneer pie throwers, rascally rogues, homespun humorists, crazy cops, character comedians, sight gag specialists, damsels in distress, awe-inspiring comic athletes, and more and more and more. Come laugh along with Charlie Chaplin, Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle, Max Sennett, the Keystone Cops, Mabel Normand, Harry Langdon, Harold Lloyd, Hal Roach, Charlie Chase, Buster Keaton, Will Rogers, W.C. Fields, Our Gang, Stan Laurel, and Oliver Hardy, plus more. Copyright 1992, Reader's Digest, Pleasantville, New York, approximately 58 minutes. Let's see it. But yes, I was also thinking of running 3 minutes of ads right now to turn off pre-rolls. So most of you are subscribers thanks to your own generosity or the generosity of the community. But if you're not, please enjoy these ads, and we'll be right back with you in 3 minutes. Pre-roll ads are disabled. Okay, we got Dobson. I'm going to put Ireland back. And give this a position of honor. The tape up there with the white label on it is God's property. You are the one. Hey, seemingly Jess. Thank you. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. We've been getting lots of gift subs. And every time I go, whoa, that's very generous.
I don't know what to say. I appreciate it so much. The fact that you would be willing to support this silly thing that I'm doing is not... It's not lost on me. I'm so glad that it's worth it to you to help support what we're doing and build a community. And so Space Cat 0, Re-Yost, Larson M, Barely Gaming 22, and Luck on Loop are now Tier 1 subscribers. You all have 600 Golden VCR Fun Points, which you can spend at goldenvcr.com, thanks to Seemingly Jess. Who, Seemingly Jess, also has 1,000 Golden VCR Fun Points to thank them for sending in those gift subs. Yeah. Well, we got Toast Grandchild sent in a VHS rewinder, which is very nice. I got this headset from Stephen George. The shelves I bought, yeah, they're bills for the internet infrastructure and the Ghost generation that I'm able to take care of with Twitch revenue now. Yeah. Yeah, even when you factor in the shelves, I'm no longer running a net negative from cloud hosting bills. So that counts for a lot. Thank you. Let's see. Why does it say preparing 3-minute ad? Oh, that just means like it's on cooldown. Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone, to Golden VCR. Hope you enjoyed 3 minutes of nothing. Oh, the dog is so precious. I do need a dedicated dog cam. She does this thing where she curls up. She saw me looking at her and reaching for something, so she stopped doing it. She does this thing where she curls up into a ball, and then she lays her nose down on her tail, and her tail is like a little mustache. It's very cute. Okay, this tape, you can see the glue residue on it, is Legends of Comedy. The Golden Age of Comedy. Let's see what we're getting into here.
Under our 20th century noses.
Okay, let's just rewind slightly. Delicious glue. This tape was rewound, it just was a few minutes in. Here we go. And Reader's Digest presents The Golden Age of Comedy. Hey, okay. Copyright 1992. The Reader's Digest Association. Oh, hell yeah. I forgot about this one. I need to get this. Laser Horse. Reader's Digest Home Entertainment in association with... Sorry, we need Charles Grinker too. Oh, all right. For those who don't know, I'm rewinding and playing these over so that I can record... I can record clean takes of all these cool retro videotape intros so that eventually I can make a compilation that's just 20 minutes of tape intros. the motion graphics. Zany!
The motion picture, a child of our 19th century scientific curiosity that grew up under our 20th century noses. This child first caught our eye with scenes of daily life, like this Easter parade at the turn of the 20th century.
Oh, more strained metaphors.
But movie makers soon realized there
motion pictures are a child.
Larger audience.
We are Alan Shepard.
To take. For only 5 cents, you could visit a Nickelodeon and see the true wonders of turn-of-the-century America. And look at what 5 cents would buy. Latina the Contortionist. You wouldn't find her in your hometown. Or Eugene Sandow, the strongman, the Arnold Schwarzenegger of his day. Lillian Russell, the belle of Broadway, Diamond Jim Brady's lady. Or that master magician Harry Houdini with his amazing sleight of hand. And anytime you wanted, Nickelodeons could provide 5 cents worth of slapstick. From the beginning, comedy was a key ingredient in the magic of the movies.
Yeah, Nickelodeons were like little personal viewing booths, right?
Hollywood was founded in 1912 to accommodate a
really
group
early
of New York producers who headed west to avoid the effects of a patent trust.
You put a nickel in, and then you could look into it and just see the film
and every kind of natural backdrop they might need to make a movie. The first real movie comedy star was a 300-pound pantomime actor who'd polished his skills over the years in minstrel shows. Starting in 1910, John Bunny made over 200 short films in less than 5 years. Among them was a series of husband and wife comedies with Flora Finch. 40 years before I Love Lucy, they starred in the first domestic situation comedy series on film. Many believe Bunny would have gone on to be an even bigger star had he not died suddenly in 1915. Here playing the butler in an early comedy short is Max Sennett, a contemporary of Bunny who was about to become the movie's first mogul of comedy. Sennett's Keystone Studio got rolling in 1912. And among its unusual features was this ingenious revolving cyclorama. Actors could act in place while the magic swirled around them. Sennett summed up his comedy technique in 4 words: it's got to move.
It's really neat to see like behind-the-scenes footage of this stuff.
The Nickelodeon gave way to an upright screen in a theater filled with seats filled with people who came to see comedy.
Art Spangles.
To the accompaniment of live music on piano or organ. A fast favorite in 1913 was Max Sennett's Bangville Police, soon to be known as the Keystone Cops. Under Sennett's guidance, the bumbling behavior of the Keystone Cops grew from a state of organized chaos into a kind of full-blown comic logic that audiences loved. They still do. And everything the cops did, those crazy stunts, they did for real. Extras were actually paid $2 a foot to fall off buildings or cliffs.
$2 a foot.
Among the original Keystone Cops was their leader, Ford Sterling, who was parodied by other early movie greats. Like Will Rogers, who once said, "There's only one thing that can kill the movies, and that's education." And Buster Keaton, a stone-faced cop if ever there was one.
Okay.
And here's a king-size Keystone, Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle. He never weighed less than 266 pounds, yet was a dazzling dancer and first-rate acrobat.
How high of a fall can you survive?
As a singer, soon shifted gears and emerged as one of the movie's most masterful comics, writers, and directors.
Let's say 10 feet. 10 feet. For falling 10 feet, you get paid $20 in 1913. That's equivalent to $626 today.
Fatty played many different kinds of characters, including sometimes women. Here in Miss Fatty's Seaside Lovers,
it really does depend on what you
wonder, the flying machine. Fatty teamed up in 38 films with a former model, Mabel Normand, who became the #1 female comedy star of the silent years. As a team, Fatty and Mabel weathered many a storm. Here they are in 1915, trying to hole up in what they think is just a hard rain. Comes the dawn, and Fatty awakes to discover water in the bedroom, and with good reason. At the height of the storm, their cottage has drifted out to sea. As Fatty and Mabel can't swim, there's only one thing to do. Send Fido to get help.
This is great. Although it gives me... I kind of wish we were just watching early silent comedies instead of having this man narrate them to us. It kind of gives me the vibes of those like TikTok accounts that just re-upload movie clips or like viral videos with incessant narration that's like, this man is about to do this thing. Now he does the thing.
Mabel, the message does get through to nearby neighbors. And who else to call but the Keystone Cops?
But no, this is a nice overview of the era.
There's that spinning cyclorama again.
The zany like slide whistle sound effects make a lot more sense.
Films ended on a much happier
when you
note
consider them in the context of silent
film. Who was falsely accused in a manslaughter case was found completely innocent. Yet his career was destroyed. In his last years, he found work only as a director under the alias of William Goodrich. Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle, a legend of comedy who died broken-hearted in 1933.
Poor guy.
The madcap motion of Mack Sennett movies were always a delight, and so were his scandalous bathing beauties. Sennett figured that pretty girls wearing pretty little would sell lots of tickets, and of course they did.
Look at them gams.
One Sennett girl who went on to become a real superstar was Gloria Swanson. Another was the very young and very lovely Carole Lombard. But the silent screen's leading lady of comedy remained Mabel Normand. Charlie Chaplin called her Beauty Among the Beasts. Mabel entered films at the age of 16, did virtually all her own stunts, and was one of the first leading ladies to take a pie in the face. Her daring exploits achieved stardom for Mabel equal to Chaplin, Keaton, and Arbuckle. And she successfully worked both sides of the camera as an actress and director. In The Extra Girl in 1924, Mabel plays a bit player at a silent movie studio. She's asked to place a lion's head on her dog Teddy so that Teddy can make it into the movies too.
Poor dog.
What Mabel doesn't know is that Teddy will be used only in close-up scenes. Mabel returns to give her dog a drink. It must be hot under that lion's head. Not having much luck getting the water to Teddy, she decides to bring Teddy to the water, unaware that Teddy is on the set, and this instead is the real lion. The background for this action is the Keystone studio lot, with sections of scenery set up for the 2 or 3 other pictures that would be started and completed that week. Mabel Normand's comedy was in the great Keystone tradition, enormously energetic and extremely slapstick. Like Chaplin, Keaton, and nearly every other star of silent screen comedy, Mabel was as much an acrobat and gymnast as she was an actress.
That's one man draws. That's slightly crossing the line into disrespectful. being a, you know, it I know you're not intending it to be disrespectful to women, but I have given you a symbolic 10-second
Here's
timeout.
one of Mabel's most famous roles, in 1913 as a secretary in Mabel's Stratagem. The wife of the boss catches him flirting with Mabel and has Mabel and all the other female secretaries fired. Here comes the missus, this time to see her new boyfriend. Mabel has returned as a male secretary, only to get flirted at by the wife. This plot, even by today's standards, is racy. The boss and his lawyers suspect an affair and surprise the wife with divorce papers.
We were watching Charlie Chaplin shorts recently from this era, and yeah, there's so much sitcom-style love triangle mishaps. And
in order to save the day, Mabel must reveal herself as a woman, which she does to everyone's great surprise and relief. Mabel Normand lived a free-spirited life, and eventually several scandals damaged her career. Like Fatty Arbuckle, she was never actually found guilty.
Like Fatty Arbuckle, she was also accused of manslaughter.
Faded away. The lovely young girl who Chaplin called Beauty Among the Beasts died of tuberculosis at age 36.
Everybody was always dying of tuberculosis back then.
Charlie Chaplin was Mack Sennett's most brilliant protege, one of the screen's most recognizable figures and one of the most imitated performers of all time. Chaplin was born in London, the son of music hall performers. He came to America on a vaudeville tour and was signed by Mack Sennett in 1913. That same year, he invented his famous tramp character by borrowing Fatty Arbuckle's pants, a cane, and big shoes. It was those shoes that gave him his funny walk, and his years at Keystone that gave him a chance to develop as a writer, director, and star of classic comedy films. Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, we watched this one the other day. It's called The Rink. It's on HBO Max. It's really good.
World.
It is worth definitely pre-code. Yeah, it was worth. It's worth watching one or two of these, early comedy like Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton or Harold Lloyd shorts, just on its own. Because this is the only way that I was exposed to this stuff as a kid. Like when they, on Nickelodeon shows where they would cut to just stock footage of silent comedies for effect, where you just get little snippets of it. But when you see it as like a complete story and how they're working all these gags into it, you really appreciate the artistry of it more. There's something timeless about it. Like it's a very different style of comedy with all this like old school vaudevillian pantomime and everything. But just like making people laugh. Not that much has changed about it.
Remember Mack Sennett's secret to success? It's got to move. Well, Charlie Chaplin kept things moving in most of his films, and in most of his films, what was moving was Charlie. Charlie's tramp could be rude and crude, but also sentimental and often sympathetic. But that's not what he is right here, as Charlie wheedles his way into a seat at a busy lunch counter. The film is Gentleman of Nerve in 1914, and Charlie's co-star is Max Swain, a vaudeville veteran who became an expert at silent slapstick. In 60 seconds, Charlie's little tramp turns a peaceful lunch counter into an all-out assault.
Yeah, we were noticing when we were watching some of these the other day, like there's a lot of like, you know, mask-like qualities. There's a lot of like fake beards and exaggerated drawn-on eyebrows, and like it's stage makeup that they're wearing. You know, where they're like painting a specific facial expression on them or going for a specific like character. It's very much like pre-cinematic realism, you know. And you can see all the early like vaudeville influences. They're just kind of adapting stage performance to cinema.
The Little Tramp. A little shabby, it is true, but always at the end, a graceful goodbye. Charlie Chaplin was a complete filmmaker who often worked without formal script. Instead, he'd make up things on the set. Sometimes, the slow evolution of just one gag might require more than 100 takes. Charlie Chaplin was a perfectionist all through life, whether making movies or music. It was Charlie who wrote Nat King Cole's hit, Smile, and Petula Clark's This Is My Song. Charlie Chaplin, one of the genuine greats among the legends of comedy.
Until he was accused of manslaughter and died of tuberculosis.
And that brings us to Joseph Francis Keaton, the great stone face of the silent screen. As a kid, he was called the human mop in the vaudeville act he did with his parents, the Three Keatons. Harry Houdini gave him the nickname Buster, and he retained that stoic look in the face of any absurdity that came his way.
Yeah, Buster Keaton was great.
An incredible acrobat, he played the indomitable foe of fate who locked horns with nature, machines, and the forces of authority.
I forget which.
Somehow surviving
a while back I watched a bunch of Buster Keaton features.
And utter surprise. Keaton developed his film comedy skills by working for Fatty Arbuckle from 1917 to 1921.
His like
I learned it all from him, said Buster, including the fine art of comedy timing. Here's an example as Buster turns a basic chase one-on-one into a masterful moment of movie magic. In his 1920 film, 1 Week, Buster faced another problem: how to move a house he'd built himself from one side of the railroad tracks to the other.
Yeah, what I remember most about Buster Keaton films is just all of these super elaborate visual gags. These like Looney Tunes ass, very hilarious, like just unexpected visual gags that had to be so like so much work to actually make happen. Like having the car drive away from itself. Just the commitment to a gag is immense and incredible and impressive.
Buster always played a solitary soul struggling against a world of uncontrollable forces. Here he is against the wind in Steamboat Bill Jr.
Steamboat Bill Jr. 1928 silent comedy. It's named after a recording of a 1910 song, Steamboat Bill.
Few shots in the history of the movies are as treasured as the falling facade shot just ahead. Although the stunt was carefully planned, Keaton's cameraman simply could not watch as the 2-ton wall fell, missing Keaton by inches. The unsmiling legend of comedy, Buster Keaton. Harold Fraser, after playing light opera in Australia, came to America and reinvented himself as Snub Pollard. Snub was famous for his wonderfully creative mechanical gags. In this 1923 gem, It's a Gift, they all came together in one big happy package, Snub's Bedroom.
Oh, it's the original shitty robots. Yeah, if they don't mention any crimes or horrible deaths, it makes you wonder, did they just not get accused of crime and not die horribly, or was it even more criminal or horrible, so that it's unspeakable?
With one move, Snub could turn garbage into garage. It made the perfect home for his answer to gas guzzlers. A one-man car propelled by a magnet.
This is very Wallace and Gromit, isn't it? This is precious. I've never heard of this guy. This is the beautiful thing about early silent comedy. It's often the gags are so simple.
November 11th, 1918.
But the plots are
greatest days in that first part.
Can be very, very contrived and nonsensical.
The war was over. The boys
they come up with a silly premise. Nobody questions it. Nobody's like, but it's not believable.
Just about every comedy star in Hollywood made a military movie.
They just think about how many ways can we turn this into Man Fall
this
Down?
This baby-faced melancholy clown was a big favorite in the 1920s.
Man Fall Down is always
He played a shy,
also, Jesus Christ.
Man, lost in a world of confusion, who somehow survived on sheer faith and luck. He
popular attitudes about World War I at the time.
A true innocent faced with one bewildering challenge after another.
Our horrible PTSD and mass death.
Now and then, though, Harry could play
somehow.
the brave guy, like in this edge-of-the-cliff scene with the evil villain, where a lot of silent comedies kind of like live-action cartoons. Some were. Just watch the villain after he hits those rocks below. In the 1924 film, His Marriage Wow, Harry Langdon attempts to fire his tyrannical cook, the lady with the big knife, appropriately and wonderfully played by Louise Carver. Later, Harry returns with the biggest, meanest dog he can find.
Dog. I love this woman so much.
In his later years, Harry Langdon wrote films for other stars like Laurel and Hardy. His own career, however, faded as he slowly outgrew the baby
After he was accused
make
of
him a
manslaughter
star.
and died of tuberculosis.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, a talkie.
That man with the lion was Harold Lloyd, the king of daredevil comedy. He became the highest paid and most popular maker of motion picture mirth in the 1920s. Unlike other comedians who relied on silly clothes or outrageous makeup, Harold Lloyd found his greatest fame playing the average, everyday man on the street who just happens to be filled with ambition.
What's the one with the clock? Safety Last. I've seen Safety Last. It's
or as Harold
one
would
of the
say,
iconic Harold
Every
Lloyd
man
silent
is the
comedies.
architect of his own fortune. Excellent. We don't start people at the top, you understand. That would be too easy. We do it the American
Accused of
way.
tuberculosis
We give
and
them an
died of
opportunity
manslaughter.
to work up from the bottom. What satisfaction. What the feeling of accomplishment you will have when you are able to look back from whatever rung of the ladder your go-getiveness will have placed you upon and say, I did that. Yes, sir.
Harold Lloyd's on-screen character was not always the Horatio Alger type. In his early films, he played Willie Work and then Lonesome Luke, Chaplin-like country bumpkins. Then in 1917 came the transformation. He put on a pair of horn-rimmed glasses and became the dapper young man with the all-American charm. His success seemed unlimited until midway through making this movie, Haunted Spooks, in 1920. It was then that Harold posed for a publicity picture holding what he thought was a prop bomb. It wasn't. The bomb exploded, temporarily blinding him and blowing off the thumb and forefinger
Hold on. What? What? Sorry. What the hell kind of safety do they just have real bombs on set?
Midway through making this movie, Haunted Spooks, in 1920. It was then that Harold posed for a publicity picture holding what he thought was a prop bomb. It wasn't. The bomb exploded, temporarily blinding him and blowing off the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. Although many thought his career was over, Harold refused to quit, and with the aid of a special glove, went on to make his all-time greatest films.
Oh my God, he made Safety Last
in 1923
without
was one of them.
a thumb. He hung onto that clock without a thumb and forefinger on his hand.
This classic scene was shot 12 stories up with no doubles and no trick photography.
And only one thumb.
That's really Harold Lloyd out there, clinging to the side of an office building with 1.5 hands.
Jesus. Yeah, this movie's really impressive. It's worth watching. It's a good comedy.
Why was the character out there? To impress his boss, advance his career, and make the money he needed to marry the girl of his dreams. That was the standard plot of most Harold Lloyd movies, a struggle for success, ultimately won through sheer determination, optimism, and luck.
Early stage capitalism.
Here's one final example of Harold Lloyd at his very best. In 1925, he's only the lowly water boy on the college football team, but dreams of becoming the most popular man on campus.
Oh, it's the
Finally,
original
in the
Water
big
Boy.
game, he
Fun
gets to
fact,
prove
the Adam
himself.
Sandler movie was
Will
based
he
on
be
this.
the all-American hero?
The Buffaloes. Now this is a good football movie.
a triumphant Harold Lloyd, the daredevil legend of comedy.
It's okay to cheat at sports.
Most comedians are, well, they're just funny to look at, you know, just plain homely. Yeah, I'm about the only one that's not. And they're just odd looking. While with me, you would say, who is that distinguished looking man walking toward the microphone?
That distinguished-looking man with the big wide grin is Will Rogers, who most of America got to know as a homespun humorist on radio in the 1930s. Will, though,
like
had a
those
long
other
career,
comedians.
starting out doing rope tricks in Wild West shows. He moved on to vaudeville and then hit the big time in the Ziegfeld Follies on Broadway.
I'm sorry, I know the rope tricks were not a radio thing. But I just love the idea of a comedian getting on the radio back in the early days when people hadn't figured out the medium yet and just being like, I'm going to do some rope tricks for you on the radio.
Everybody but me.
In 1918, Will Rogers started to make movies, mostly parodies of the big box office hits of the day. Take Robin Hood, a 1921 sensation for swashbuckling Douglas Fairbanks. In the Will Rogers version, Robin is still pretty handy with a bow and arrow, but can't quite get down out of a tree, his swash having buckled years before. And how about Western star Tom Mix? Will Rogers felt right at home skewering cowboy cliches.
Why are they...
And as he'd been raised on a ranch, Will
Why did they
Rogers
need like a
was able to
discount
do
copyright-free
his own dangerous
budget
stunt
version
work.
of the William Tell Overture? You can just play the William Tell Overture.
Will's real specialty,
It's from
though, was
1829,
topical
for
humor.
God's sake.
Comic commentaries on the headlines of the day. He never had to invent jokes. All he had to do was watch the government and report the facts. Will Rogers used to say,
Well, all I know is what I read in the paper. There's nothing will upset a state's economic condition like a legislature. It's better to have termites in your house than a legislature. The other day they repealed a law up here where, you know, you're married, you had to give 3 days notice. You used to have to in this state give intention of marrying. Well, they did away with that now. That was longer than most of the marriages in California was last.
Is he just drunk?
Will Rogers, who called the U.S. Senate the joke factory, became the confidant of senators, kings, and in 1932, a presidential hopeful.
Now, this introduction hasn't been very learned or very flowery, but remember, you're only a candidate. Because I'm certainly wasting no oratory on a prospect.
It's weird to see footage
Will
of people
Rogers
laughing
loved
like real
America
people.
and spent nearly all of his time exploring it.
I don't think I've
meeting
ever
its
seen
people,
FDR
making movies,
guffawing before.
and expanding his radio audience. In the 1930s, few Americans spent more time in more airplanes than Will Rogers. And it was on a flight to Alaska in 1935
that he died of
lost his life.
tuberculosis.
America mourned for him as they had for few other public figures, and the affection went both ways. Will Rogers had said, "I never met a man I didn't like."
He was on a flight to warmer climates for
No
his tuberculosis.
movie producer has ever
when
brought
the
more
pilot
laughter to the world
contracted
than
acute
Al
tuberculosis,
Roach, whose studio was
and died.
nicknamed the Lot of Fun. In 1921, Roach looked out his office
Pilot
window
was later
and found himself
posthumously acquitted
fascinated
for
by the
manslaughter.
play of neighborhood kids. If kids having fun can hold my attention, he thought, maybe there's a film series there. A short time later, he'd assembled the first of dozens of kids who over 22 years would make up Our Gang. Roach avoided slick child actors. Instead, he went for real believable kids like Farina, Stymie, Shirley Jean and Dorothy, Chubby, and Weezer with Pete the Pup. Here's a typical 1930 adventure in which the gang builds
Early comedy
their
also
own
got a
kind
lot of
fuel-driven
comedy out
wagon.
of this person is very fat. That's a very common gag. It's just like, look how fat this person is.
What's the matter? Hey, Chubby, in my career. Hey, Chubby, come on, front.
Yeah, Little Rascals, like, officially was called Our Gang. Right?
In 1931, Roach signed a 3-year-old rascal from Texas who became the best-known and best-loved member of the Our Gang comedy team, George McFarland, whose mother gave him the lifelong nickname Spanky.
Oh, that's
Spanky
so cool.
staged his own basement version of the Follies in 1937. Leading the band is another Our Gang favorite, Buckwheat, played by Billy Thomas.
Did your grandpa ever have any stories about working there?
We're going to start our volleys. We hope you like the show. Everything is ready. We're raring to go. We'll give you all the latest songs and dances full of them. We're gonna start with high shots. Just watch this chorus
Up next is Our Gang's leading lady who joined the cast at the age of 4, Darla Hood. Yes, Alfalfa, played by Carl Switzer. Alfalfa was Spanky's best friend, a character famous for his bug-eyed double takes, unruly cowlick, and delightfully squeaky singing voice.
Try that again.
Why, it's preposterous.
Thank you very much. You're not so bad yourself.
Between 1922 and 1944, 221 Our Gang films were made. And today, Hal Roach's Little Rascals are still being loved all over the world. Let's close our follies with one more song, Alfalfa's parody of a Bing Crosby classic.
Oh boy. I don't know if Alfalfa is bad at singing for effect or if they just didn't teach the boy to sing. It must be for effect. Yeah, I don't know if what the kids knew. I assume like it was a lot of parents making the decisions.
Charlie Chase, with his famous toothbrush mustache, was a singer, dancer, actor, and musician in vaudeville before he started making movies in 1914. Charlie Chase played a normal-looking man like Harold Lloyd, who often found himself trying to cope with impossible situations. Side-of-the-building thrills, again like Lloyd, were part of Charlie's game. Charlie Chase had a special fondness for the comedy of embarrassment. Here's a sample. Charlie in the 1920s when he moved from the fun factory of Mack Sennett to Hal Roach's Lot of Fun.
There's so many lions in early comedy. I guess it really just was a much more common thing to have caged lions around.
What's this? A thorn in the lion's paw? In this 1926 romp, Charlie got to show off both his fencing skills and his shortcomings.
I have yet to play Red Dead Redemption 2. I've heard so many good things about it, but it's also a very long Rockstar game, which is what has prevented me from playing it. Thank you, Tro.
Elsewhere in the same film, Charlie, now the king, gets an ice cream surprise. Gee, thinks Charlie, I feel a chill. And that's Oliver Hardy using his magnifying glass to aim the hot sun's rays directly at Charlie's crown.
This is such an elaborate gag.
Like Charlie Chase took filmmaking seriously as a writer and director of his own films and those of other stars like the Three Stooges. The Charlie Chase we'll best remember, though, was the lovable everyman whose laughter was contagious all over the world.
Inspector Kane speaking. What? I'll get right over with two of my best men. Thank you, boys. Where'll you be when I need you?
Right here.
Okay.
I told you not to make that last payment.
Laurel and Hardy, the best-loved comedy team of all time.
I love a good dig at Ford.
Stan Laurel was a British-born music hall comic.
My first car was a 98 Ford
in
Escort.
1910 with Charlie Chaplin. In his early films, he played an aggressive go-getter, the complete opposite of the slow-witted Stan audiences would come to love. In his early films, Oliver Hardy played comic villains and often performed his own stunts. Here in Baby Days, he truly scares the wits out of his youthful co-star. Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy first appeared together on screen in this 1917 film, Lucky Dog. They weren't yet a team, and 9 more years would pass before Laurel and Hardy would work together
I love the
again
eye makeup
and
in
become
silent
the
films.
funniest team on film.
Some pretty intense goth eye makeup.
Stan and Ollie made 105 movies, mostly at the Hal Roach Studios. Once they teamed, they always played the same two guys.
Gee, that's swell photography.
There was Stan, whose thinking always seemed to be one beat behind everyone else's. Stan created a flat-footed walk for himself by deliberately wearing very heavy shoes with the heels removed. He was also a little bit clumsy.
What are you doing with that cushion? Well, I keep on bumping my head. See?
He was in every respect an adult child who rarely seemed to grasp the
that's
situation.
a lot of text.
Say, where are we going? This tunnel leads to the outside wall. We're making our escape. Well, are we allowed to do that? Go ahead.
As for Ollie, who in real life had been raised to be a Southern gentleman, his trademarks included a kind of pompous dignity. His shy but friendly tie twiddle. And his direct appeals for audience sympathy through a soulful stare right into the camera. Stan and Ollie seemed to have a knack for making a shambles out of anything they tried.
Get back to work.
Like washing and ironing some shirts. About 1 million shirts.
It's a great
Oliver
Greek tragedy.
Hardy's first showbiz experience was as a boy singer. And now and then, he and Stan would add a little music to their magical mix.
Harvest moon up in the sky. Oh, we did this. We did a sing-along of this in one of those old cartoon tapes.
No loving since January, April, June or July. Snow time, take no time to stay outdoors and spoon. Shine on, harvest moon for me and my girl.
Stan Laurel used to describe these two on-screen characters as two minds without a single thought, facing the perils of life together with optimistic
Stardust
hearts.
is great.
There
Stardust
was genuine
is
affection between these two men.
the
They were
original
brothers in
pop
arms who
song.
loved working together, and it showed in the timeless joy they brought to the screen. Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy, together forever as legends of comedy. Our next legend was born William Claude Dukenfield in 1879. W.C. Fields started out as a comic juggler in vaudeville. In 1915, he made his movie debut in this film, Pool Sharks. But what really brought him to the legend level was the advent of sound. Here he is in 1930 dealing with a frequent nemesis, children.
Hello, little boy.
Did you give me the dollar?
Oh, it's a little girl. Hello, little girl. How old are you?
5 years old.
5 years old.
I love this little girl's acting.
I'll give you $1 to put in your bank if you'll sing me a song.
Give me the dollar, thanks.
You're more than 5. Go and get out of here.
Come
on, scram, who's scream? How do you do, Mrs. Broadbottom?
How do you do, Mr. O'Hare?
Fine,
Would you mind
thank you.
taking care of the baby while I go into the drugstore?
I'd love to.
Thank you.
How's Mr. Broadbottom?
Fine, thank you. I'll be just a minute.
Okay. Here, what's this? What's here? Come here. My little woolly britches. Don't you know to swallow a thing like that would kill you? I'll get it. Here she is.
My little woolly britches.
Oh.
W.C. Fields liked to play the rascally rogue, the charlatan, a man against motherhood, fatherhood, brotherhood, and children.
Hope that's a
His
prop
was
bomb.
A combination of brutality and comedy. Never give a sucker an even break, said Fields.
He thought it was a prop bomb, but it was not. He lost half of his left ass
I've
cheek.
never hurt man, beast, or child. Except when I had to.
As a reminder, we do have a W.C. Fields tape
Here
that
he
is
is
a
in a
collection
typical
of
role
three
as a dentist.
3 short movies. You can watch sometime.
That didn't hurt, did it? Have you ever had this tooth pulled before?
No.
This won't hurt you much.
Oh, dear.
Get your foot out. Get it out. Get it out.
This has the makings of an impressive visual gag, but it's just very awkward in execution.
I'm going to give her gas. You're not going to pull me out around the floor.
Or how about W.C. Fields, the barber?
Okay. Wasn't your fault. I can fix that. No harm done. No harm done.
Ooh, the dentist is
Yeah, I've had it all my
one
life.
of the... Oh, boy.
Oh, won't have it anymore.
Now we kind of know what we're getting into because,
I want to shave.
let's see.
There you are. Here we are. Here's
The dentist, the fatal glass of beer, and the golf specialist.
right in there. Right in there and sit down. And I'll turn the steam on right away.
If you didn't get enough of that dentist short, we can watch the whole thing sometime.
Come on, that's
Tape number 20.
There you are. Now, don't stay in there over a minute. See, and if it gets too hot, just press that button and the light will go on. And if you get in any trouble, just pull that rope and the horn will blow up there, and I'll get you right out. Now, it won't be long. He's in there a minute, it'll take a ton off him.
Say, what's that dog doing in here?
Oh, it's a very funny thing. The other day, a man was in here, and I was shaving him. The razor slipped, and I cut his ear off. The dog got it. Ever since, he's been hanging around here for... Go away, go away, go away. He's going to get another ear. He can't get another ear. Okay. Have you had enough? Have I had enough? I've been biting your nails again, eh?
W.C. Fields on-screen exhibited
I mean, I
every
think when
possible
Madras, you're
human
doing a lot to
weakness.
contribute
He
to that
was mean,
effort.
dishonest, a drunkard,
for
a
your
teller of
service.
tall tales, eccentric, intolerant, and very, very funny. He left us on a day he pretended to despise, Christmas Day, 1946.
Well, I think I'll be a hightail.
When he died of Christmas
He was
tuberculosis.
67.
And it ain't a big night out. Long time no peace.
And there we go. Ow. A lot of his stock music was very dinky, MIDI, bad music. This theme song is great. Respect the laser Pegasus. Home Entertainment in association with Charles Ranker Thank you, Charles. Well, my hands hurt from rapping on the very hard desk. What do we got next? That was Legends of Comedy, the golden age of comedy. Thank you to Cosmic Searle for sending that in and requesting it. California Raisins 2? Yeah, let's do that. I can do Raisins. We first watched the original California Raisins, Meet the Raisins, in Broadcast 12. Sentai Brad has sent in California Raisins 2, sold out. Let's go get it. Oh yeah, we did retire Mucus because we finished it last stream. It has been rewound. You can see the end of the tape there on the reel. California Raisins in Raisins, sold out. Copyright Will Vinton Productions, color 28 minutes. Featuring I Heard It Through the Grapevine. Again, their most famous song because it's a pun. Raisins, sold out. Fictional quote from Rudy Bagaman, manager. The California Raisins were hotter than chili peppers in a crock pot. But were our wrinkled rockers just a flash in the pan? Did the road to success hit a dead end? On the raisin road to riches, AC, Bebop, Red, and Stretch find that fame is no bowl of cherries. After a series of second-rate gigs and a recording session at the Last Chance Garage, our fab foursome leave Rudy for the sinister Leonard Lima Bean, the sleaziest manager in showbiz. Lima Bean and his protege, Lick Broccoli, pull the group up from their Motown roots and plant them in a series of trend-chasing exploits. Disco, polka, country rap, demolition rock. I love that. I love that a lot. Where will it end? When through a sneaky subterfuge, the lascivious Lima Bean replaces AC with the dim-rated Broccoli, the seeds really start to fly. Okay. Featuring more Raisin hits. Signed, Sealed, Delivered, I'm Yours, Demolition Rock, RASPECT, Disco Polka Man. Disco Polka Man. Oh, I'm ready for this. I am ready for this. Last time we learned, we got a taste of the California Raisins. We learned a little bit about like how obscenely elaborate and expensive this was. This was to advertise raisins for the California Raisin Growers Association or something. Who, by the end of this, like, it became this national phenomenon, and the advertising agency was making so much money off of it that they just kept doing all this expensive shit and getting all the profits for it. And the raisin growers eventually were like, what the hell? What are we doing this for? So there's some quality puns and visual gags, some quality musical performances, comic musical performances. So I'm expecting more of the same, and I hope we're all going to enjoy the California Raisins 2. Raisins, sold out. And away we go. Tracking. Tracking. I think we're tracking. Warning, federal law, something about federal law. I can't quite read that. Not sure what, I can't make it out. Copyright, 1990. A year that was 34 years ago. That was uncomfortably long to linger on that. Distributed by Meyer Communications. Thank you for being in my private home. It's Will Vinton Productions.
Like a fool when you stay too long. Now I'm wondering if your love's still strong. Ooh, baby, here I am.
Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours.
And that time I went and said goodbye. Now I'm back and not ashamed to cry. Ooh, baby, here I am.
Oh, Rudy Bega, man, because he's a rutabaga. I get it. I think the original was okay on the VOD, yeah. Broadcast 12. Yeah. If you go back to Broadcast 12 and find the VOD. Which, by the way, goldenvcr.com. If you go there when we're not streaming, you'll see a list of all the broadcasts, and you can go back and look through them and see what tapes we watched. I updated that a little bit recently to be a little easier to... It'll show you all the broadcasts and like thumbnails of all the tapes we watched. So if you just click on a broadcast, it'll take you to a page, and if there's a VOD, there'll be a YouTube link. If you want to watch the original California Raisins, which I think we're just seeing clips of now. That's Broadcast 12. It's weird to me that they had this Motown, The Temptations angle when they're the California Raisins. They're not the Detroit Raisins. But yeah, the animation, this is like claymation TM. This is the...
That, Hepcats, was the Ed Succotash Show.
A studio, Will Vinton Studios, that like
accidental debut.
is really pioneering in this kind of stop
We're
motion.
asking here on American Fruit Stand is, whatever happened to them?
Hey, look, Casey Carrot's talking about us on TV.
Hey, Rudy, we're on TV. Of course. Nothing but top PR for my boys.
Guess those wrinkled rockers were just a flash in the pan.
Ouch. Boy, I hope not.
What's he know? No sweat, guys. It may take us a while, but we'll make it. Right, Rudy? Hey, you bet your boots. You gotta know your roots and pay your dues. Hang on, guys. We're on the road to success.
Looks like we're gridlocked on the road to success.
Yeah. Hey, we're on the first leg of our whirlwind tour. My guys are hotter than a flamethrower in a wax museum. Ooh, gotta go. Say hi to Lulu.
This is the life, right, guys?
Oh, yeah. Not too shabby.
I mean, Rudy's fixed this place up just like home.
Hey, what's up, AC?
He's working on the music.
Gotta fine-tune it for the recording session Rudy set up.
AC's never satisfied. He keeps rearranging the music.
Yeah. And Rudy keeps rearranging the furniture.
I work on it till it feels right, AC. You're going places. I can just see it. Oh, but I didn't see that.
Getting to know our roots is getting to be a drag.
Yeah. The only route I'm looking for is that route straight for the recording studio.
Wow, look at those fancy wheels. Maybe we'll have one of those someday.
I said, jolly good. I finally caught up with you talented chaps. My God.
Leonard Limabean, star maker and showbiz impresario extraordinaire.
Star maker?
Nice to meet you.
Impresario? Wow, you here for the show?
Oh, much, much more than that. I say, you wouldn't have to pay these
God, the self-twirling mustache on that
professional management.
evil Lima Bean
No,
man.
thanks. We've already got a top flight manager. Come on, guys.
Hey, and be sure to crank up the volume real loud.
3, 4.
Welcome, Brad. High class of 1903. Before we crown Miss Elderberry, we're gonna have some entertainment. The California Raisins.
It's the class of 03. 1903.
Don't worry, I got your great gig at the State Fair.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Take out TCB. Don't you know you're running out of food?
Hey, I knew you'd make a splash.
I'm about to give you all my money.
And all I'm asking in return, honey,
is to give me my purpose.
Oh, Snidely Whiplash.
Just a little bit, yeah, baby.
Hey, you blew him away.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Whew. This is a good one. Sometimes they're good and horrifying. California.
Oh, yeah. Now they can dig us out. It appears your act is a bit bogged down. Perhaps it's time you chaps reconsider my offer.
Actually, we're really swamped with gigs right now.
In that case, ta-ta.
All I can say is, it better be a great recording session.
Hey, soup's on. And my secret recipe for toast.
Oh, thanks, Woody.
Yeah, all right.
Man, that song is
Oh,
really
you never saw
starting
the Dudley Do-Right
We're almost
cartoons
there.
in Rocky and Bullwinkle?
Nervous. What if I don't?
What is this?
Oh my god. Arachnophobia warning, look away.
You know, there's one thing I've learned in this business.
Rudy, who's driving?
There's not even spiders in the prompt, and it's full of giant spiders.
Hey, what do you know? Guys, we're here. Time to cut that big record.
Okay, we're here.
Raisins, big time, here we come.
Hey, man, where's the studio?
Hey, you're looking at it.
This is a real odyssey. Asparagus.
It's a garage.
Get
All
it?
the great legends recorded their first smash hit in a garage.
Yeah, it's where they got
Hey,
their breaks.
Tare, thank you for gifting a
I want you to meet the
sub
two
to the Slick Dude.
engineers, Wally and Filbert.
Howdy.
Great timing.
We got the recording equipment all lubed up. You won't believe this. We actually record vocals right down here in the oil pit. You'll notice the console here. It's a 97-track Mauser 404.
The only problem with the parts on cold borings, we can't get the dang thing started. To lose my mind.
There. That ought to do it. You want me to get the windows, too?
Nah, just go ahead and press it.
Oh, how many?
Well, for starters, one.
Coming right up.
Making a record out of it.
There you go. Careful, it's hot.
Is that it?
Just one record?
Hey, guys, this record's gonna move like confetti in a windmill. Hey, now the next step is for me to pitch it to that radio station down the road.
I don't believe this.
Hey, be right back.
Looks like our road to success just hit a dead end.
Fill it up. Oh, it's you boys. What are you doing in this place?
Tuning up our instruments.
Perhaps now you'd be interested in representation.
Let's talk.
Just sign here, lads.
Read the contract. never read a contract.
So we decided to go for it, Rudy. We knew you'd be happy for us.
But Lima Bean made us realize that it's time you kicked back and took life easy.
I made sure you'll get a big cut of our royalties.
But, man, you're gonna be one rich rutabaga.
But no buts about it. We owe it to you.
Oh, fellas, you know I'd never hold you back, right? I'd rather vacation in a multi-speed blender. It's just that I don't see why...
Superstar awaits.
Bye, Rudy. Keep in touch.
Fellas,
So long, Rudy.
I'll send you up.
Fellas, what I mean is that... what I'm trying to say is that I...
Come on, Rudy. Be cool now.
Poor Rudy.
Bye, Rudy. The royalties are on the way.
The check is in the mail.
But I was never in it for the money.
My lad, feast your
I love
eyes
the
on the
ghostly,
full
ethereal arms and legs.
groups I knew have made into all-time superstars.
Wow, the Peach Boys.
There you are with Bill, Brussel, and the Sprouts.
I'm impressed. They're legends.
You'll be legends too, but first you must get your act together.
What's wrong with our act?
You got to have brilliant management, namely me, and innovative showmanship.
I don't like the
secret.
mass of fleshy space
I want
above
you to be
his
your
eye
personal
sockets.
Showmanship director.
But God, yeah, the facial expressions, like the most impressive thing about this. The animation is fairly fluid for stop motion. And like
Sure knows how to make an
the
entrance.
expressive range of the faces is really impressive.
Lick broccoli! Lick, get right to work and teach these chaps everything you know. Right! So they're ready to open Friday with some disco poker.
Say what?
Tomorrow at 7:34, disco poker will be the hot new craze.
But our song is not a disco tune.
No problem. I've had some minor changes made in your song.
I have to say, disco polka is like right up my alley. I would unironically listen to and love a full album of disco polka. Disco polka. Oh God.
So how about it, Bonnie?
Why are they all so
This record's gonna be
shrivelly?
hotter than chili peppers in a crock pot.
Sure, I'll give it a spin. Fact is, mine's plumb wore out.
Now you grubs like this!
Looks kind of dangerous.
Yeah, and he's working without a net.
Oh, plum wore out. I get it.
on, blokes!
Wow, that took me a while.
Waste of time! All these wimpy wits can do is do up, baby!
I gotta hand it to you.
love the little
I never
blob
thought
raisins.
we'd be a disco polka hit.
Okay, let's get going on our song.
We'll do that next, chaps, after we shoot your music video.
A music video? Wow! All
Show
right.
my best side.
I've got a hot tip that the new rage, me lads, is country rap.
Country rap also right up my alley.
Think straight, I drive my pickup truck in a figure eight. I don't know a doggy from a Holstein steer. Gonna drown my troubles in a tall root beer. I'm sad. I'm not a happy cowboy. I'm just flat out miserable. Come back, baby. I need you now. There's wood to chop and fields to plow. There's dishes in the sink.
I guess this is predicting Lil Nas X, yeah.
Just sit around the kitchen and cry. We got 6 kids, 2 cows, 1 pig, 118 chickens, and 1 tired rooster. The track.
Man, the raisins are flying high on the music charts. Which song so crazy, oh brother?
I am aware of Jelly Roll, but I've never listened to his
Next
music.
one will even be more cuckoo. Go figure.
No!
Hey, be smooth.
I installed
believe this stuff.
TikTok because I post
It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, we're doing better than ever.
I
mean,
post shorts
look at all
of
these speakers.
clipped from the streams to YouTube first and TikTok. So I put TikTok on my
Because of
phone
our
to be
music.
able to
They
manage
just want
them.
to see the next goofy thing we do. I mean, demolition rock.
And the first thing it showed me in my fresh no data account was Jelly Roll testifying before Congress about the fentanyl crisis. And I watched that. And so now anytime I open TikTok, it just shows me Jelly Roll stuff.
The special effects at the concert. Rock and
A clay raisin. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Jay Swick, for the cheer, Chris. I mean, this is kind of a... It's odd that this is like a satirical send-up of the recording industry while being like a blatant product of the marketing industry.
Oh, I can't sing this stuff. Yes, I see what you mean. Dad, what you need is a break.
But there's clearly a lot of people having a lot of fun with it.
I can get a soda.
They're having a lot of fun with those Raisins farmers' money.
Man, that was a sizzler. Sure, the audience went wild.
I guess you don't farm raisins, you farm grapes.
With my jackhammer.
Hey, where's AC? Hey, let me in.
Man, like, go away, man.
Red? Come on, quit fooling around. Let me in.
We're tired of you griping all the time, man. Like, we took a vote, man.
And you're out, man. Hey, you're good. Can you do goofy?
Go away, man. Don't ever call us. Like, goodbye.
Wow.
Goodbye,
I never thought it would come to this.
So I'm going on my own. Nothing you do will change my mind. Do not have your people call my people goodbye.
I tried to talk AC out of it, but he just wouldn't listen to me.
Man, I still don't believe it.
What are we going to
Oh, wow.
do?
Pete Townsend thought it was a fake drum bomb. It was not.
Show must go on.
Ah, that's the spirit. Now I want you to meet your new lead singer.
All right, you toads. I'm the main man now. So get ready to...
Well, he does have style.
Oh, wow.
This is indeed the California Raisins. We watched the first one a while back, and now we are watching
the streets for days, and you're the last
California Raisins 2. Raisins sold out.
My customers aren't into your style.
Oh my god, the PJs? Yeah. I actually have a VHS tape somewhere that's an episode of the PJs I recorded off of Fox.
That's how I got my fame. Oh, but people
I remember really liking the PJs when I was a kid.
what makes a raisin feel so blue? They call me Mr. Pitiful.
It probably doesn't hold up as well as like Good Times, but it was funny.
Can I explain to you? Everything is going wrong. I've lost everything I've had.
Hey, AC. Is that you?
Rudy? Man, you're a sight for sore eyes. What you been up to?
Hey, trying to get airtime for your record. What else? Hey, you know, the stations are kind of small. 5 watts here, a half a watt there, but hey, it all adds up.
You're okay, Rudy. Even after we split on you.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how like creatively involved Eddie Murphy was in that show. But I remember them billing it as like an Eddie Murphy thing.
But the plans to make it blue.
What's the matter, Double B?
Man, it sure isn't fun without AC.
Yeah, you said it. It's kind of like hair without mousse.
AC was right. I really miss our music.
Let's tell Lima Bean we've had enough.
Yeah!
Come on!
He won't let us go. He's got an airtight contract.
I used to be your puppet, baby, dancing on your string. You had me all chained up in love, and I'd do anything. But look at the way things change, baby. All your plans are fizzed. 'Cause now you are my captive, baby. Yes, you are my prisoner of love.
Looks like the guys are getting what they want. Guess they're happy. It's as if I never existed.
Hey, AC, I gotta take care of something. I'll be back.
I'll probably end up face down in an oatmeal cookie or something.
Hey, dudes, it's time to split.
All right, I'm free. That's hopeless. I'll probably end up in some gutter.
Eddie Murphy? Yeah, he was... Oh my god. There's such a look to these raisins.
Down there, hurry.
We gotta get out of here.
Hey, run! Where you think you're going?
Yipe!
Which way?
Quick, in here.
Hey, guys! Let's put the pedal to the puppet.
Hang on, maybe up there.
Hey, guys!
Yep, good old-fashioned Scooby-Doo chase.
It's no use, my purple friend. Give it up, little Ray.
Come on, guys! Time for it! Come to mama. Okay, Woody, hit it.
So long, Lima.
Adios, legume.
Fools, you'll never get away. You're under contract.
Get out of here. Hey, why are we stopping?
We're here.
We're where?
It's the Nouveau Roach Lounge.
Oh, what's the use? I might as well just give it all up and become an accountant.
Man, are drumsticks deductible?
Well, no, not on the short form.
Guys! Man, it's good to see your mug again.
But you said you wanted me out.
No, we didn't.
You said you wanted to leave us.
Oh.
Leonard
Lima Bean.
Say, aren't you guys that singing group?
Sure. We're the California Raisins.
Hey, then you must know that song. Heard it through the grapevine.
Know it. We wrote it.
Hey, go on, play it. Come on.
Come on, guys. Let's harmonize.
I've been hearing it on the radio.
Rudy, you did it.
Oh, hey, sure. I mean, I love you guys.
This tape is hanging on.
Hey, my boy.
I say, looks like this contract will be a gold mine for me.
That's how contracts work. You destroy the physical hard copy of the contract, it's no longer binding.
But these tears I can't hold inside.
Lima Bean thought that was a prop cigar. It was, in fact, a real exploding cigar.
As every cool cute knows, AC, Bebop, Stretch, and Red went back to basics. And they're here with us to sing their
Actions.
first great hit.
Differentiating a substitution of differenting the teen.
We heard he's gone solo.
Fun.
It's thank you all the time. So thank you. All right, thank you. Welcome to Caesar's Salad. You're my kind of audience.
Hey, you want to keep it down? The raisins are on the tube here.
Raisins? You want raisins? I taught those blokes everything I know!
Caesar salad.
Second-rate cauliflower. I think I found a circuit breaker. Here! Yeah! Oh, stop paint! The circuit! Come on, I got it! I got it! Somebody help me now!
I'm so glad that automatic tracking adjustments are a thing, and that I have a VCR that does that.
Hey guys, want to do a commercial?
Some of these tapes are a little wonky. Whew, that was it. Oh God. Will Benson Productions. Claymation. Well now. According to Wikipedia, the Christmas special and the original tape, the original animated short of the California Raisins, were like nominated for some awards. This one was not, but it was still fun. Oh shit! I pulled this out of the VCR and the label, the heat of it being in the VCR had melted the glue and the label came off. I'm always worried about losing labels inside the VCR. having them gum up the works. The label returned to its home planet. Okay. There are a few things we could watch. We still have There Goes a Shuttle. We could do National Geographic. I'm all about them trains. The Quake. I'm not sure if Joshy D wants to join us for that one, so I'm gonna hold on to that one. Yeah, I'm thinking either Shuttle or Nat Geo trains, but I'm also open to other ideas. I'm gonna take a quick break and run some ads again, and see you, Slick Duke. For the rest of yous, I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm just going to take a little break and run 3 minutes of ads, and then we'll watch some trains. Hey, welcome back. It's time for National Geographic. We got African wildlife, we got shark encounters, and one of these things is not like the others. We got love those trains. National Geographic, 60 minutes. We're in for a nice long chill stream this Saturday. Love those trains. Experience the romance, majesty, and adventure of the rails. Collector's edition. Not rewound. Okay, let's go ahead and fix that. Let me get that tape for us. Alrighty. Take a spectacular journey. It starts right here. Love those trains. From steam engines to sleek diesels, experience the romance, majesty, and adventure of trains past and present. Remember the days when thundering trains bridged the world's continents, nourished the pioneer spirit, ferried our troops to war, and provided politicians with mobile campaign platforms. Then settle into a first-class seat aboard the luxurious Orient Express and glide through storybook cities from Paris to Istanbul. Celebrate a slice of history and ride the rails of the world in Love Those Trains. Yeah, we're going to get a train ride Engineer Dave free this time. The National Geographic Society was founded in 1888 to increase and diffuse geographic knowledge. It has been dedicated to the exploration of Earth, sea, and sky for a century. The Society fulfills its missions through vivid eyewitness journalism, award-winning photography and cinematography, and support for scientific research around the world. This landmark home video collection is part of the National Geographic Society's continuing effort to use the latest technology, VHS, in support of this educational mission. Sweet. It's rewinding. It's really going. There's a lot of tape. This is 60 minutes at SP speed, so there's a lot of tape in there. We're getting it rewound. Oh my god. I love Spectral Giant Horse. And the moon behind it? That one's a little confused, but I like it. Okay, we're getting down to the end here. And... come on, Rewinder. We did it. National Geographic video. Love those trains. Was Dave a Toyota tractor? It sounds plausible. Oh. It looked like there was something else on the tape at the beginning there. Let's see. Let's see what we get. It could be Shrekfest again. This one was sent in by a friend of ours. She found it, I think it was from her childhood home. So it's a small chance it was taped over with something unwittingly. But it's looking like this is Nat Geo. Yeah, I think our chances of getting that geo are pretty good here. The material on this home video product, including video cassette and video disc, is protected by copyright. Welcome everyone to my private home. Yep, we're getting there. Intro. Yes, please. Okay, start recording. Yes. Vestron Video. DVD does stand for digital video disc. I think in this instance they're talking about laser disc. These DVDs weren't around yet. You know what? I may as well get that National Geographic logo too. Sorry. Just so many good logos, I can't pass them up. There were video CDs too. Yeah, VCDs.
Come explore the worlds of National Geographic video.
It was like a common
This
format
program
for
is made possible by a grant from the people of
Asia.
Chevron.
Chevron!
Proud to bring new worlds.
Protectors of nature, always. We love Chevron.
Sometimes it is seen that railroads were doomed. The Durango-Silverton Railroad is one of the most spectacular rides in the world.
It's the Durango and Silverton.
It was nearly shut down.
We learned about this on a different tape.
In 1883, the Orient Express ran from Paris
the Golden
to
VCR
Istanbul,
Cinematic University coming
created
together.
The ultimate in luxury travel. It was abandoned in 1977. In 1887, rotary snowplows first fought the snowdrifts in the high Sierras. Looking like relics, they seem improbable holdovers from the past. Once this streamlined locomotive hauled passenger trains at 100 miles an hour. But for 20 years, it sat outside a museum, its machinery rusting.
This narrator sounds a little bit like Phil Hartman.
Yet today, these trains still run the rails. Now they evoke a more remote past, when trains first bridged the continent. Ferried recruits to war, provided celebrities with an opportunity to be seen and a chic way to travel, gave a mobile campaign platform to politicians, and offered a refuge for hobos. Train tracks disfigure the countryside. Trains assault the senses with brutal noise and begrind the air. How then account for the multitude of people who love trains?
You're actually running a train. You just can't get enough. I don't know, maybe I'm just a junkie for trains, but that's about it.
I bought a caboose back in the 50s because I was busy riding trains in the 50s.
She's reading Agatha Christie.
Suddenly I read in the paper one day where trains were going to go out, all passenger trains would be taken off. And I knew unless I got a piece of the train, I would never be able to ride on the train again. So that's when I bought my caboose and put it in my yard.
There are grown men who ride toy steam trains at a mountain retreat. There are train buffs who choose to ride through South America's Andes on a baggage rack. There's a town in Iowa that honors hobos. And there are thousands of young people competing for the chance to engineer a train. These are people who hearken to the lonesome whistle blowing and the clickety-clack of wheels on rails. Theirs is a worldwide fraternity with no membership requirements beyond sharing in the love of trains.
Love those trains! Love that graphic. Do I stop the tape to go back and capture opening credit titles? No, I think we're just going to go with, like, graphics. Like, intro graphics.
got a sheet like this, and it tells you who's sitting in every seat, and every seat is assigned.
There are many people so enamored of trains that they take trains not to go anywhere, but just for the pleasure of riding. Each year, the North Alabama Railroad Club sponsors an all-day excursion
Oh, hey, North
on a
Alabama.
Norfolk Southern steam train.
Our
Seats
folks
are
are from
always
North
sold
Alabama.
out, and there's even competition for a chance to work on the engine. Bill Hayslip is a deputy sheriff, and he loves trains so much that he volunteers on his day off for the dirtiest job in railroading, apprentice fireman.
I've studied steam engines just about all my life. I guess I was born about 30 or 40 years too late. There's something about a steam locomotive, a railroad, it's just romantic. The steam engine kind of has its own personality. It's like a lady.
That
You have
is,
to treat it just right.
man.
Well, it's just a page out of the past. Something I seen when I was a kid. Once you get used to anything, you always like to see it again. If we hadn't had them during World War II, we'd have been up the creek without a paddle.
That's how my grandparents and their siblings talked. This is very nostalgic, hearing these 1980s North Alabama accents. It had that twang to
Steam
it.
engines evoke a special
Real
effect.
Appalachian.
Though inanimate objects of iron and steel, they seem to breathe with the fire of life. This day, the train will run to Chattanooga, Tennessee, evoking cherished memories of a popular song.
Pardon me, boys, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo? Yes, sir. Track 29. Boy, you can give me a shine. Can you afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo? I got my fare and just a trifle to spare. There's gonna be a certain party at the station, satin and lace. I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam. So Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? Take me home.
I've often wondered if I was maybe one of those few people that had trains in my blood or something, you know. Some people have alcohol, I have trains. I spend all day in Birmingham just to see the two trains go through town. My wife thinks that's
My blood train
You know,
content
it's a thrill for me.
is dangerously high. The blood train level is
consoling, soothing,
0.8%.
wonderful, inspiring type of music that you can ever hear. Well, I've been on trains all over the world, and I've watched them, I've seen this. It's sort of a indefinable love, I guess, but you find it from kings down to the common man.
Partway through the trip, the train comes to a stop in an open field. Now begins the prized ritual of the steam train excursion. The train backs up, cameras are ready. And then a sweet symphony for every train buff's ear.
Doot. Long doot. God, there were a lot of train buffs.
The train station in Chattanooga has been transformed into an entertainment center. When the train returns to Huntsville, Dr. and Mrs. Loney Lindsay stay on in Chattanooga for dinner in a refurbished diner. They remember another train trip long ago.
We got on the train in Tuscumbia, Alabama, and we went to Chattanooga. Went up to the courthouse. We got married. And that was 55 years ago, and we've had a very lovely marriage so far. And here 55 years later, we do that same stunt over again.
It's so sweet.
The most popular rooms at the Choo Choo Hilton Hotel are old train cars.
God, that's
a
adorable.
nostalgic setting for recapturing fond memories.
They took a train up to Chattanooga to get married, so they commemorate that by taking a train to Chattanooga.
For those
together.
who love to ride steam trains, each trip is a journey into the past. In the beginning, steam engines were at the center of the Industrial Revolution, which could not even begin until mankind learned one crucial trick: how to transform heat energy into motion. In the 1st century AD, the Greek scholar Harrow of Alexandria invented steam jet propulsion. Harrow's ingenious device remained a toy until 1712, when Thomas Newcomen developed the first successful steam engine. Newcomen's engine was used to pump water out of coal mines. 100 years passed before the first British-built steam locomotives took to the rails. Soon, the public everywhere crossed the threshold of a new age as horses were replaced by the latest locomotive invention. Today, these early engines can usually be seen only at museums, where they seem as distant as dinosaurs. The John Bull is the oldest operable steam engine in the world. To mark the 150th anniversary of its first American trial, the Smithsonian Institution brought it out for a run along the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. People who loved trains dressed up for the occasion and gathered from miles around. Many had never heard the hoot of a steam whistle or the screech of brakes.
Manual brakes.
Nostalgia for those seemingly innocent days of American history is very much alive today.
Oh, heavens.
For some, no doubt, steam engines are the attraction.
That's very good, thank you.
For others, perhaps, it is the appeal of travel. Or could it be that so many share the romantic notion of growing up to be an engineer? These trains are called live steamers. Seymour Johnson loves trains so much that he donated land and equipment for a miniature railroad at his home in Montecito, California.
I think in my case, in the case of a lot of people, you kind of grew up with them as toys, and these are pretty big toys, but I started building this.
I love it when a tape show gives us a varied taste of older people's regional accents from decades ago, when regional accents were more distinct.
Johnson and the local members of the Goleta Valley Railroad Club spent 17 years building their line.
Look at that.
Today, they test their engines on more than a mile of track.
That's so cute.
There's something nostalgic about steam engines now, of course, but the thing is, a steam locomotive is live. The engine talks to you when you're running it.
Look at those tiny tracks.
Doing. It tells you I'm working too hard or I'm taking it easy. You can hear it in the stack. You can hear it in the sound of the blower and the sound of the fire. They got steam engines that are over 100 years old that continue to run.
Once a year, Johnson and the club host a 3-day meet that attracts model owners from all over the country. Each engine is custom built, representing thousands of hours of meticulous machining. And as in real life, the engineers discover that steam engines can be cantankerous beasts, capable of fighting back.
Well, this is a 2.5-inch scale, narrow gauge locomotive built to run on 7 1/2-inch track. We're trying to duplicate exactly the kind of engine that the Colorado and Southern used back in the years of 1890 through 1936.
Cantankerous indeed.
Hey, John, you want to push the daylight cars into the siding?
The most popular daily event is the Grand Tour of the Line for families and friends. 3 engines are coupled. Together, they are pulling 6 tons of engines, cars, and passengers.
We now have 14 cars. Mostly they're freight car type because people are way out of scale. This train is 1/8 full size, but people aren't. So if you put them in a passenger car, you can't put a roof on. But if you put them in a freight car, the sky's the limit.
Many of those who build and enjoy riding live steamers can still recall the old days when steam engines ruled the rails. The halcyon days of steam and rail began after World War I. The big boy of the 1940s was driven by 4 pistons that powered 6 steam drive wheels. It was the largest steam engine ever built and could pull a train 5 miles long. And during World War II, steam engines transporting the freight, weapons, and troops to the seacoast made possible the fast buildup of America's war machine. In the 1950s, steam gave way to diesel, and rail companies competing for passengers promoted streamliners as the chic way to travel. But late in the decade, passengers shifted to automobiles and airplanes for long-distance travel, and trucks took over much of the freight. The low point came in the 1970s. Congress rescued 6 bankrupt railroads by creating Conrail. Railroad lines were abandoned, and hundreds of stations closed for good.
Goddamn auto industry.
Although Americans seem to lose interest in passenger train travel, some countries maintained their trains as national treasures. The narrow-gauge Guayaquil and Quito Railway in Ecuador plays a vital part in national life, and people here use the railroad like a party line. It even serves as a food market on wheels. Train buff and writer Carla Hunt has traveled throughout South America on trains. The Guayaquil to Quito run draws her back as the most exciting in South America. A train buff's dream, an American-built Baldwin engine, a relic from 1900, begins a 2-day climb from sea level to over 11,000 feet in the Andes. Passengers have a choice of 3 classes. Second class costs $1.60. First class cars sport padded seats for $2.10. And local vendors offer lunch on brown paper. The affluent who ride deluxe get reserved seats and meal service. But some prefer the roof, where conductors seldom collect tickets.
You meet a lot of people. You carry a dictionary. You can't get along. I don't speak Spanish, but I'm learning. When you really get in trouble, you dance. You smile a lot. And you admit that you're a foreigner.
American engineers laid out the route in 1898. It took 10 years to cut the line from the sugarcane fields of the lowlands up over the Andes. When the train going up fails to meet the train coming down at the appointed siding, there's an unscheduled stop for a phone call to find out what happened to the other train.
These trains, not only do they carry the people up and down, but they carry the mail. And every once in a while you see them with a medical prescription, a telex that might have come into Guayaquil but can't make it up between the two points. There's a telex facility at Riobamba, but between here and Riobamba there's absolutely nothing.
The trains coming from Riobamba have a problem in Guigra. One of the wheels of the machine was falling down off the track. And now we are going to this train
Telex
to help.
Is a telecommunication service that provides text-based message exchange over the circuits of public switch telephone networks.
Derailments are common, but the speeds are slow and the accidents usually minor. As a bonus,
its usage went into decline as the fax machine grew in popularity in the 1980s.
With a minimum of equipment, a derailed car can be coaxed back onto its track.
Yeah, just a teletypewriter. Oh my God. I would not want my hands under there. After a change of engines, the train climbs into the mountains once again.
In the early days of the American West, railroad builders often resorted to zigzagging switchbacks to gain altitude. On this line, a famous switchback is still in use. The train has proceeded as far as it can up the valley. Now it switches to another track and backs up the side of Devil's Nose, giving passengers on the rear platform a front-end view.
I'm not a rail fan, so I had no idea that railroad switchbacks were a thing where they actually, like, reverse.
The train backs around the mountain, then switches again to climb higher. Going forward again, the train has climbed 300 vertical feet up the side of the mountain.
Yeah, accidents because people stop on the tracks are unfortunate. I wish the Florida Railroad had
At the end of
engineer
the first
Dave
day,
to
the train stops at Riobamba.
to help
For Carla
prevent
Hunt, a visit to the market is a fascinating feature of the trip.
People come from miles around to sell and buy. You see things in this market you won't see anywhere else in Latin America.
Oof,
but more than anything else, I like to wander around and look at all those beautiful faces.
Yeah, you think it's
From Riobamba to Quito, the train is really a bus on rails. There are seats inside, but for hardy train buffs like Carla Hunt, there is a much more exciting vantage point.
The place I like to ride is up on the luggage rack on top.
Oof.
That's the best sightseeing seat in South America. To go through the mountains and to climb over the two ranges of the Andes, to go through the beautiful upland villages, with all the wild changes of weather en route, there's nothing in the world like it.
Clouds shroud the peaks of the Andes as
There's
the line
I think it's a New York
climbs
Times
and then
piece
descends to
on
Ecuador's
YouTube
capital,
that I saw
the
once.
Spanish
It
colonial
was
city of
profiling
Quito, to bring to an end one of
subway
the world's
conductors
most
who
extraordinary train rides.
shockingly commonly have to deal with like really traumatic shit happening.
In the United States, another spectacular train ride inspired
how,
one
like,
train buff
how
to take
difficult that is.
dramatic action. The line from Durango to Silverton, Colorado was threatened with abandonment in 1960.
We're back to Durango and
Charles
Silverton.
Bradshaw Jr., a Florida citrus grower, rescued it in 1981. Like many a town in the Old West, Durango was created by a railroad. The Denver and Rio Grande chose the site, laid out the streets, and sold lots around the depot. Young people who share Bradshaw's enthusiasm for trains keep it running.
I love it. I really love it. I go home and tell my husband, I learned all kinds of new things today. I would like to be an engineer very much. You have to go through all the training, which is pretty physical for a girl. And then you have to also be a fireman, which you shovel 6 tons of coal a day. And I wouldn't want to get out of my limit. I don't think that's right.
My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather were all railroaders before me. They worked for the Rio Grande, not this particular branch. I'm the first one in the family to work for this branch of the railroad. But none of them were conductors. They were all in different parts of the railroad, so I'm the first conductor in the family.
They have to be pretty responsible people there. They can't be irresponsible at all.
Aren't you pretty young to be an engineer?
I hear that about 30 times a day. If I couldn't handle the job, I wouldn't be here.
No, let's trade.
That's a good answer.
Cowboy hats are out. Haven't you seen the chicks really like these hats?
Let him try on at large. I'll bet nobody in your neighborhood would have a hat like that. Don't you think?
I'm telling you, you go home and the girls will be lining up at the door.
Now that looks handsome on you.
It's very, very 70s
Engineer hats
to wear a train conductor hat around town.
Silverton is only 45 miles from Durango, but to get there, the train must climb almost 3,000 feet. In the 1870s, huge discoveries of ore were made in the mountains surrounding Silverton. But there was no economical way to get the ore out. The railroad made the mines profitable. The ore is now removed by truck. The traffic has changed. But the town still prospers, mining tourist dollars.
Yeah, so the Durango and Silverton. When did we watch that?
As soon as the route was
C.W. McCall narrated
drama
tape
of
from
the
1984,
traverse of the
which was just a year before this.
Was recognized as one of the great sights of American railroad.
We watched that in broadcast 14.
In the early 1880s, photographer William Henry Jackson lowered himself into the canyon to take this picture.
And we learned that the Durango and Silverton is still running. You can go out there and get tickets.
Today's passengers can still enjoy the same spectacle. The ride is potentially just as dangerous now as it was then. A derailment could topple the cars 200 feet into the gorge.
The cat smoke is very, very bizarre.
An extraordinary train run has been preserved because of the dedication of one man and the delight that more than 100,000 people a year take in supporting the line. Boston has its marathon, New Orleans its Mardi Gras. Britt, Iowa honors hobos.
Hey, it's a Sasquatch ghost. Oh, that ghost, that ghost doing like the Titanic at
This
the front
small
of the train.
town invites hobos from all over the country to drop by for a visit. The get-together largely attracts those who have retired from actively riding the rails and can now look back on their former ragtag wanderings with nostalgia. Hobos were not always so honored. Hoboing began during hard times after the Civil War, and in the Great Depression, the desperate once again took to the rails. Sometimes railroad police threw them off moving trains. Others jumped rather than face the reception they received when caught crossing state lines.
If we are to protect the public of Southern California from the indigent transient class, they are coming here at this time not for the purpose of securing work, but for the purpose of living on relief, stealing, or begging.
Oh, get bent.
Chicago. You ride a freight all the way from Chicago? Yes, sir. Well, you can ride them back, too, or any way you can to get back. We're going to see you over the state line. Don't come back to California until you can come in like a man.
California's a garden of Eden. It's a paradise to live in or see. But believe it or not, you won't find it so hard if you ain't got that do-re-mi, boy.
Yeah.
If you ain't got that do-re-mi.
And now, wait a minute. Every year you get older, you have a special privilege. Every year you will get a little bit better at forgetting.
Yes, I am there already.
Hey, Luna's book, thank you for the resub.
Steam Train was first elected Hobo King in 1973.
We're going to have to keep streaming because we got plenty of tapes coming in.
There's going to be some pretty tender eating when we get him all browned up here. Yes, sir. We have some of the best music and some of the best food you ever sit down to.
Was you good gal when my train left the shed? Where was you, honey, when the train left the shed? Standing on my front step, wishing I was dead.
Time
Love
has
good
reversed
old-fashioned
these hobos'
unamplified
roles. Once they were
singing
outcasts,
performance.
now Brit youngsters look up to them as knights of the open road who seem to have lived in a mythological age.
Could I get your autograph?
Oh, I guess you could, only I know what you want to waste time on a guy like me.
Got my pad and paper.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna be a writer.
You're going to be a writer?
Yeah.
Well, that's great.
I'm gonna try at least.
You got to have more than six grades of education. That's all I got.
That's my name.
That's your name? Well, this is mine.
Mountain Dew. I was talking to the hobo queen and she says, would you like to be a hobo? And I said, sure. And I go, how do you be a hobo? And she said, well, she pulled out this kind of perfume stuff or whatever it is. And she goes, I acquire you the prince, hobo prince. And she put some on my forehead. So I'm a hobo prince. And my name is Beard Belly Bob.
I started out when I was about 16 and had
12 years on and off, different places, working irrigation ditches up in Washington. Or
I mean, yeah, it sounds like there is some LARPing.
Lifeguard work down in Miami.
It's an interesting blend.
Working
But like some of these guys are real hobos.
Washing dishes in California, you know, different stuff like that.
They got the life experience.
They give me a day shift, and when I went in, it was dark. When I come out, it was dark, and I worked there 2 weeks. I told them when they put windows in there, I come back to work.
How long did you hobo from when to when?
About, 1931 to 38, something like that.
What satisfaction of being free? Being free in other words, not have to count to anybody for your actions.
As the sun sets, the hobos gather around a fire, and balladeers recall the hard days of Depression time.
Ashes to ashes, dust unto dust. If the railroad doesn't get you, then the bread lines must. And
oh
I'm never
God.
gonna cease my walk.
Beer Belly Bob the Hobo Prince. Okay. Okay. Woo. Woo. That was a tough one. Thank you. Thank you, Southern Master. You never know. Just like we never know what we're going to get on a tape. We never know what we're going to get on a ghost.
Think of trains, they think of passenger trains. But many of those most devoted to trains have found their life work with the railroads.
Jesus.
Whether they maintain the tracks or work on the trains themselves, the big business for them is freight, moving everything from coal to lettuce. And although much of the public thinks railroads are a dying industry, in fact, they are thriving. Deregulation has permitted them to abandon money-losing lines, and new techniques, like piggyback hauling of truck trailers and containers, attract new customers. The mass market shipping of fresh produce by rail enables farmers in California to sell lettuce to buyers 3,000 miles away. Lettuce harvesting has become an assembly line operation. Cutter, packer, sprayer, box closer.
Train penguin.
Today's lettuce that we've got
Thank you,
is probably the best we've had in about a week and a half. It's 54 to 55 pounds, absolutely clean.
Derek Dridavanis is sales manager of the Admiral Packing Company in Salinas. He sells lettuce by the carload to buyers all over the country.
Just call us back with that order, will you? You know.
Oh, it's a hype train while we're watching a train.
A refrigerator car holds 30,000 heads of lettuce. This one is bound east for New York City. The morning after the lettuce is picked, the Admiral lettuce car has been joined to a 50-car train called the Salad Bowl Express. 5 Southern Pacific engines are needed to pull the train over a 7,000-foot high pass in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The route climbs toward Donner Pass. On average, 35 feet of snow fall here each winter, and avalanches have obstructed travel
Salad Bowl
as
Express.
long as the pass has been used. In November 1846, blizzards trapped the emigrant Donner Party here.
Oh no, the Donner Party.
5 died of starvation and exposure.
It always, we always,
resorted.
You can't get away from the Donner Party. It always comes up, no matter what tape you're
In
watching.
the spring of 1982, 10 feet of snow fell in 12 days in the high Sierras. Southern Pacific stopped all trains across Donner Pass.
Okay, well, y'all learn about the horrible tragedy of the Donner Party. I'm going to go make a cup of tea.
Snow fighters tried to keep the lines open with spreaders, snowplows that pushed the huge drifts to the side. But when the snow drifts too deep, spreaders stall, and the pushing wings collapse. The nerve center of the railroad's fight is a community of houses and offices connected by tunnels, so buried in snow that it is called Mole Town. Here, 100 men and women work day and night.
SP Norton operator.
Rotary coming out at 9 o'clock. Get it out of town for us, will you?
Up at Norton.
Yeah. Make sure that it gets down there and give them a little nudge and get them going, will you?
Everything's in the clear of the number 2?
Everything's in the clear.
How about the Rotary? Rotary's in the clear of the number 2?
Okay, bring it.
Management calls for its ultimate snow fighting machine. Rotary plows that can dig through almost any accumulation of snow.
That light engine's being held right now. The Rotary is going on down to the other end of the site.
Throwing 5 tons of snow a minute, 150 feet from the line. The Rotary can literally dig a trench deeper than itself. As one Rotary chews toward the top of the pass from the west, another struggles up from the east. The first train comes through. Dedicated men with pride in their work have opened the line in only 5 days, and trains like the Salad Bowl Express can once again take the direct route to New York. Beyond the Sierras, the Salad Bowl Express drops into the desert, and a new crew takes over. On the long straight runs, there's time for shared stories, and for trainmen to enjoy the camaraderie, which is part of the attraction they feel for their work.
I don't think it's dawned on me yet that I've had a kid. Still in shock from it.
Wait,
Went in Sunday night,
I just
had
got
it Monday
back.
morning.
Is this baby a train?
Last couple of days been pretty busy for me. I was lucky. Generally, the railroad doesn't allow you to be in town. They keep you away from home quite often. So I was pretty lucky to be home when it happened.
In 1950, I was on a high-speed perishable train, and a passenger train came out of a side track in front of us. We hit him head-on about 52 miles an hour. The engineer on the other train was killed. I'm very lucky to be here. Isn't that scared me?
By evening, the train is in eastern Nevada. The next morning, now with a Union Pacific engine and crew, the Salad Bowl Express climbs toward the Continental Divide.
Thank you, Joe.
Around a curve, Castle Rock, a well-known American landmark, comes into view. The famous photographer A.J. Russell captured this same scene when the Transcontinental Railroad was nearing completion. In 1867, it took 3 months to cross by wagon from the railheads on the Missouri River to the Pacific Coast.
I guess
the new
that's
rail
something.
line cut that time to less than a week. Irish immigrants living in railroad car dormitories built west. Chinese coolies built east. It was the most dramatic engineering accomplishment of the century. Gorges were spanned, mountains cut through or tunneled under. An army of workers fought summer heat and winter snow at a cost of uncounted lives. There were no movie cameras to record the great undertaking, but once movies were invented, filmmakers
They got to keep all this stuff.
in classic
They
film.
got to keep it rolling as they build the line.
The Iron Horse, and Cecil B. DeMille's Union Pacific.
Crossing the mountains, the deserts and plains, fighting the heat, the cold and the rain. Summer to autumn, winter to spring. Bring 'em up, lay 'em down, make the hammers ring. Building a new road under the wheel, bind up the earth in iron and steel. Working east, working west, we're building our way on bad food, hard liquor, and $1 a day.
And stolen land,
It was a day of national celebration when the two lines met at Promontory, Utah. A.J. Russell recorded the scene in what is perhaps the most famous photograph in American history. And in 1924, when John Ford recreated the scene for his film, he based the action on the photograph, complete with a still photographer to pose the crowd. The joining of America's East and West by rail is even more important today. The Salad Bowl Express is only one of 60 to 70 trains a day moving across the nation on this one line.
Yeah, I mean, people in Boston got to get their lettuce.
Now, near the end of its second day, the
that
Salad
East
Bowl
West Rail
Express
link.
comes under the traffic control of dispatchers at North Platte, Nebraska. Here, 3 men per shift control every train on the 245 miles of track diagrammed on the walls. They decide which trains get priority on the line. The Salad Bowl Express is rushed along.
What kind of speed do you think you can make there now? If you get a 70-mile-an-hour train out behind a 30-mile-an-hour train, you have to start shuffling trains. If he gets by here, then I'll let that other eastbound go. But he's going around one train right in the process of it right now.
Midnight.
I mean,
the Salad Bowl Express
people do want lettuce.
Some
Just like
cars
people
will be
want
sent
all
south
kinds of
and
food
eastward
because
on
it is
other lines.
necessary to stay
Other
alive.
cars will be added. The freight cars are pushed up a hump and
I
separated.
mean, I guess we could all just eat locally produced nutrient paste, but
Gravity powers them down the slope.
lettuce is tasty. How
The
you don't make a
tracks
sandwich
divide
with no
again
lettuce?
and again. Automatic sensors weigh the cars, and retarders brake them. There are 221 miles of track in the yard, and as many as 5,000 freight cars at a time.
Have I considered them? Like, have I deeply pondered them?
By 4 a.m., a new train has
I
been
sat
made
and
up.
contemplated
A new crew
them
comes aboard, and the
in a
train
meditative
moves on.
trance.
In the afternoon, the train crosses the Missouri River. Operated now by Chicago and Northwestern Railroad, it traverses the rich farmlands of Iowa. The next morning, the train is in Chicago. Marshalling yards like this one are dangerous places.
You have to watch for cars coming from both directions. There could be debris sticking out of a car. Try not to get caught in a situation where you have trains moving at high speed in both directions on each side of you.
That does seem scary.
If
Yeah.
you do have a tendency to feel dizzy, lay down on the ground. You could reel under the car.
Despite railroad emphasis on safety,
I think
there
I would
is an
definitely
average of
be
15
laying on the
deaths
ground.
and 6,700 injuries to American rail yard workers each year.
It would tend to make you dizzy having two trains passing you
Danger
in
for
opposite
railroaders
directions.
comes not only from the trains themselves. In the early days, desperados like Jesse James, Butch Cassidy, and the Sundance Kid held up trains in the lonely plains and mountains of the West. Today, trains are most often attacked as they pass through depressed areas in big cities.
We had one conductor, they got in with a gun and robbed him at Park Manor. And it's just a few things that we go through out here. Everybody thinks we got such a swell job. We have our ups and downs too. And this is our most dangerous spot of the trip. They put different articles in the tracks to derail us. They put old tires so they'll break the air hoses in two. They'll throw beer bottles, anything they can get their hands on. We've been shot at. They shot at me 5 times through the caboose windows. I got pictures of the whole.
Jesus, what a
It was
portrait
either
of
38 or 45.
urban decay in America in 1984.
Sometimes they do it to rob the train. They break us in two to rob us so they can take things off with it. And on the cabooses they have this plastic glass. Yeah, I know all about it. He's going to throw. No, he's not either. Well, we go through this every day. It's nothing new to us.
The many dedicated men and women who are drawn to railroad work also live with the danger that goes with the job. The Salad Bowl Express rolls through the heartland of the industrial Middle West. On the fifth morning, the train parallels the Mohawk River. Now under Conrail control, it follows the same route taken in 1825 by the Erie Canal.
I guess Conrail is the predecessor of Amtrak?
Early on the sixth morning, the Salad Bowl Express arrives at its destination in the Bronx.
The Consolidated Rail Corporation. Yeah, okay, was a railroad in the Northeast between 76 and 99.
10 carloads of produce are unloaded at Hunts Point Terminal each day. A carload of lettuce from Salinas has been bought by the Armata family, wholesalers who in turn sell to markets and restaurants.
Beautiful box of lettuce. And as my father would say, it talks to you.
Beautiful box of lettuce. Nothing hidden in it. No false bottoms at all.
It took 4 railroads and the involvement of 1,000 men and women to move it across the country. 500,000 people work for the railroads in the United States. In one sense, theirs is just a job, but it is an essential job.
Look at all those
moving the grain, steel,
ugly
coal,
iceberg lettuce salads,
perishables, even the lettuce for a PTA luncheon in Baldwin, Long Island. Traditionally, little boys were given model trains for Christmas, and captured by a dream, many grew up wanting to become an engineer. The reality today is not far different. For a new class of 23 engineers, the Long Island Railroad had 2,000 applicants to choose from.
All right, to get the train moving, I need the reverser and forward. This position. This is your throttle. Power 1 to 8 notch.
Hey, Long Island.
Dave Decker.
Hey, Long Island, forget about it.
Engineer for 14 years. Decker loves engineering and teaching, but the memory of train accidents in his past brings a special urgency to his teaching. Engineering used to be a man's job, but federal affirmative action guidelines give Vita Zamboli, a former secretary, an extraordinary opportunity to join an elite group of railroad employees.
I can teach an engineer how to make the proper brake application and accelerate, decelerate. That's the easy part. My most difficult responsibility is to instill into an upcoming engineer that they have monumental responsibilities. There is no margin for error. Not when you're dealing with 1,600 people behind you. Hopefully, I can bring this across to
thought it was
upcoming
lettuce.
engineers.
It was not.
Little damp. All right. That's good. That means you got guts. You're not nervous in here. There's something.
He's getting real touchy with this train instruction. Does he do that to everyone? Like grab their hand and feel how sweaty it is?
How do you feel? Think you're coming in strong?
As she brings the train into a station, Vita must learn the right timing, how strongly to apply the brakes so as not to stop too soon or overrun the station.
Okay. Now what you want to do is just bail off the last second. No, not this. Go ahead, bail it off.
I mean, I get that, like, the amount of pressure that you're applying on the controls is
You
important.
want that feel of this thing charging into the station.
But I feel like there's ways of doing that without constantly touching the student.
You ever run a train before? Huh? Never? Did a heck of a job. What do you think? What do you feel? Feel that this
It
is
was
going to be
exciting.
it's going to be your occupation or what?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure it's going to take a while.
Yes,
But
yes, sir.
I will get the feeling of bringing a train in.
But there are going to be times in your career.
She seems uncomfortable. I don't know if it's the dude or the camera.
A grade crossing accident. But traveling along at 65, a car comes around the gate or through the gates. It's not a thing you can do. You hope you give pre-warning or a warning whistle and the warning bell before you get to that crossing, or ample. You'll search your soul to know whether you did it or not. It's not just the glory of running over the road and say, I always wanted to be an engineer. Now I have that, is that you have to take that responsibility.
If her engineering career follows the norm, Vita will face 500,000 road crossings in the next 25 years. If she is never involved in an accident, passengers who ride her trains will have no reason to learn her name.
Got a little morbid.
There are many great train rides around the world, but not one can match the aura
Airport
of elegance,
baggage train.
mystery,
Oh,
and
wait,
romance
it's just a train station
surrounding
baggage
the name
train.
Orient Express. It ran for almost a century until its demise in 1977. Now, two men have revived the historic run to Istanbul. Albert Glott bought the 1920s vintage cars and lovingly refurbished them.
Sometimes, you have to do everything on the train.
T.C. Swartz chartered the cars for those who could afford to recapture the glory of rail travel in its heyday.
We could give them, and then how to surpass it. People's idea of luxury is a little bit different than maybe what it actually was. So what we're trying to do now is to give them more luxury than they had in the past, in fact, to make it the ultimate trip.
I can't believe it. Oh, it's marvelous.
There will be 98 passengers on this trip, each paying a modest $5,000 one way.
I think the dogs are great.
Great, but they're taking with them.
Yeah, but I can't see them sitting in the dining car.
Some passengers, like actor Hal Linden and his wife, stage an arrival in the grand tradition, harking back to the aura of a princely trip. Original inlaid wood decorations and Lalique molded glass reliefs still decorate the car.
Oh, yeah, Borzoi. I was wondering I was trying to remember what
Names of the
name
countries
was of
the
that
Orient
breed.
Express passes through. Austria, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria ring with romance. Memories of mysteries like Murder on the Orient Express surround the passengers with an atmosphere of champagne and dreams.
Well, my name is Otto, and I'm supposed to play the piano all the way to Istanbul.
The fools, they hired me, and they don't know that I don't actually know how to play the piano.
Seems like everything that's wonderful about the world is going away, and the trains are one of those things.
This is just a kiss, a sigh is still a sigh.
Kim Vosper and Kyle Collins advanced the date of their wedding so they could make this their first trip together as a married couple. For bourgeois travelers, meals in an aristocratic French style. The ultimate temptation for those who count calories.
I remember as a child, we used to put people on the train in New Iberia, and I was never sad because they were leaving. I was always sad because I wasn't leaving too, that I wasn't standing on that back platform waving goodbye. I think I was 6 or 7 when I took my first train ride. From that time on, I think I fell in love with trains, and when I heard that you could spend 4.5 days on a train, that sold me on this trip.
I love Sweet Old Train Lady.
The train cruises Europe like an ocean liner. Gypsies play, as they did on the first run of the Orient Express. In the evenings, there are gala 7-course dinners. And occasionally, the train waits as passengers are bussed to the entertainment. A champagne tasting at the 150-year-old cave of Mum's Winery in France.
The cave.
Just as on its maiden voyage, there is a festive reception in Budapest. On the first trip, no passengers in the Orient Express dined at the hunting lodge of the Sultan. It is an express journey to the sun. But the high point for many comes in Vienna, where the Vienna Boys Choir is only part of the entertainment.
What an expression.
Protocol prevented the Austrian royal family from receiving plebeian passengers of the first Orient Express. Now, the Pallavicini Palace is theirs for the evening.
God, that's why it's so expensive. They really do make it as literally bougie as possible.
And finally, the end of the line, Istanbul, Turkey, where passengers get the red carpet treatment, Oriental style. For the 98 passengers of the Orient Express, the trip will remain an extraordinary adventure into the romance of rails. But the Orient Express has no monopoly on
Constantinople? You mean Byzantium?
There are grand adventures for everyone in a rediscovery of travel by train. Amtrak's Crescent, with newly rebuilt equipment, races like a speeding ship across Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana. The Great Plains offer the same sweeping vistas that challenged the pioneers so long ago. There are majestic views of the Rockies on the Canadian transcontinental route.
Shout out to Canada.
The San Diegan is a beachcomber from Los Angeles to San Diego. In the future, new trains traveling 160 miles an hour
Nowadays,
are planned
it's the
for the run
Pacific
between
Surf
Los
Line.
Angeles and San Diego.
Between San Diego
And
and
that
LA.
is only the beginning. Extraordinary experimental trains may someday revolutionize land travel.
Extraordinary experimental trains that they've had in Japan for 2 decades at this point.
There's an appreciation due for the songwriter's line, "It's got to be the going and not the getting there that's good."
Sherperville, Jacksonville, Waterville, and Costa Rica, Pittsfield, Springfield, Bakersfield, and Shreveport, Hackensack, Cadillac, Fond du Lac, and Davenport, Idaho, Jellicoe, Diamantina, Argentina, Catalina, Pasadena, see what I mean? I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man.
I mean, speaking from 1984 when this tape happened.
The mountain air, man. I've traveled, I've done my share, man.
Actually, it was exactly 20 years. The Shinkansen opened in 1964.
In Boston, Charleston, Dayton, Louisiana, Washington, Houston, Kingston, and Texarkana, Monterey,
Which was 60 years ago from today.
Oskaloosa, Tennessee, Hennessy, Chicopee, and Spirit Lake, Grand Lake, Devil's Lake, Crater Lake, Pete's Sakes. I've been everywhere, man. I've crossed the deserts bare, man. Well, I've breathed the mountain air, man. I've traveled, I've done my share, man. I've been everywhere. One more verse.
We did get a lot. We went to South America. We went to the Orient Express and saw rich people. We got the hobo stuff.
Colorado, Ellensburg, Rexburg,
A lot of railroad history, Durango and Silverton. I did not expect this much variety in a 1-hour train tape. We got 1984 North Alabama accents.
I've been everywhere, man. I've crossed the desert bare, man. Well, I've breathed the mountain air, man. I've traveled, I've done my share, man. I know some place you haven't been, and he says, I've been everywhere.
A WQED Pittsburgh, a National Geographic video.
Coming soon from National Geographic Video.
Promos.
Hong Kong, China's window to the world. Nearly 6 million
Hong
people
Kong.
are crowded into this tiny British
Not yet under the
on
control
the edge
of
a communist giant. Many have sought refuge
This
from
is
China's
before the
political
handover.
turmoil. Others seek their fortunes in this, the Asian capital of capitalism. And at the center of it all is the family. These are a people balanced between the uncertainties of the future and the rigid traditions of the past. National Geographic paints a memorable family portrait of Hong Kong.
National Geographic Video. Undeniably collectible and affordably priced. Only from Vestron Video.
Yeah, but Tiger Poster? Did we get Tiger Poster? I don't think so.
Continue your exploration of the world with National Geographic magazine.
Get 12 monthly issues filled with the same kind of spectacular photography you enjoy in National Geographic videos, plus captivating stories on fascinating people and places, incredible animals, yesterday's
the famous Afghan girl photo,
amazing science and discovery,
was from this
You'll enjoy
year.
all this by becoming a member of the
1984.
National Geographic Society. You'll also receive 6 valuable maps, and you'll support important scientific research like the Titanic expedition. To join, phone or write the Society at this address.
Vestron Video. Boy, oh boy, I think we've done it. I think we have finished yet another 60-minute tape on this broadcast of Golden VCR. Boy, we've almost cracked 5 hours. What did we learn? What should we watch next stream on Monday? There goes a shuttle. There goes a space shuttle has got to be... Oh, it's called There Goes a Spaceship. There Goes a Spaceship we got to watch with Shuttle Captain Dave. We've really got to do a mystery tape stream soon. Yeah. More Eyewitness. Everybody's always on Eyewitness. Animal Alphabet, Time Life Kids. Yeah. At this point, I dread ABC tapes. Like, learn your ABC tapes. How do they stretch that out to 46 minutes? I don't know if I want to know, but I'm sure it'll be good. Yeah, mystery tape would be fun. I'm apprehensive about mystery tape, mostly because I don't know, like... It'll be a very different vibe. And I don't know if, like, you know, if there's an old episode of Star Trek or whatever, if we should watch it or just, like, skip through it and get to the commercials. But I don't know how to keep it interesting if we're just on fast forward the whole time. Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out soon. Boy, what did we watch today? We had Discovering Ireland, James C. Dobson, Focus on the Family. Legends of Comedy, California Raisins 2. Love those trains. We do have a randomly taped. We do, in fact, have a randomly taped episode of Star Trek. Yeah, I don't know what happens when that VOD gets uploaded. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for today. It's been a good long stream. I've enjoyed hanging out with y'all and watching these tapes. I hope you've enjoyed it too. I hope you learned something. Yeah, if I will be back Monday at 10 a.m. for another Golden VCR stream. There's a small chance I'll do like we didn't do a Fitness Friday last week. There's a small chance we'll do a Fitness Sunday or Fitness Tuesday, but if so, that'll be kind of spur of the moment. In any case, thank you for being here. Thank you for all your support. And I will see you Monday. Oh, wait, was Monday? Yeah, Monday is 1 p.m. now on the schedule. So I guess I'll do that. Monday at 1 p.m. Eastern. See ya.